We've gone from Bob Marley and the Wailers to Handel's Water Music. So, shows the eclectic institution that is Open Town Meeting. Now, where's Keith?
I just saw there he is.
There is a quorum present, and I am pleased to call the 2016 annual town meeting of the town of Hingham to order. Today we have the privilege of having our invocation given by Reverend Thomas Nestor. Father Nestor is the pastor of St. Paul Parish. Father Nestor. Father Nestor? Right there.
Let us pray. As we enter this sacred forum, which is the town meeting, we ask you, our Creator, who loved us into being, to bless these proceedings and our entire community. May all that we do here be for the common good. We thank you for the generosity and goodness of the women and men who have been elected, appointed, or volunteer to serve Hingham. And this week in particular, we raise up to you Marine Corporal Christopher Orlando and ask that you bestow your love upon him and take him into your embrace. We thank you for his valor and his commitment, and we ask you to protect all who work for peace. Amen.
Amen. I now invite forward Keith German, our Director of Veteran Services, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Please rise. Face the flag of our nation. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I now invite Eileen McCracken, our Town Clerk, to read the call of the meeting.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Plymouth, SS. To the Constable of the Town of Hingham in the County of Plymouth, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Hingham, qualified to vote in town affairs, to meet at the high school, 17 Union Street in said Hingham, Monday, the 25th day of April, 2016, at 7 o'clock in the evening. The 25th day of April 2016 at 7 o'clock in the evening. Then and there to act on the following articles 1 through 43. Given under our hands at Hingham this 7th day of April in the year of 2016, Paul K. Healy, Paul J. Gannon, Mary Power, Board of Selectmen. By the virtue of the within warrant, I hereby certify that I have notified and warned the inhabitants, pardon me, of the town of Hingham, qualified to vote in town affairs, to meet at the time and place indicated in the warrant, by causing an attested copy thereof to be published in the Hingham Journal 7 days at least before the day appointed for this meeting. It was presented to and posted by the town clerk in the town hall at said date, April 8th, 2016. Kathleen A. Peliquin, Constable of Hingham.
Thank you, Mrs. McCracken. The meeting appears to be properly and duly called. There is available this evening in the gymnasium the booklet that contains the warrant. There is also a supplemental report of the advisory committee, which is important for you to have. There is also a report from the planning board with respect to certain zoning articles. In addition, there are reports of the selectmen, the capital outlay committee, the personnel board, and the school department. Those are contained in your blue warrant books. And of course, the supplemental report of advisory will aid you in participating in the business before the meeting. I've appointed Jerry Seeland to serve as is necessary as an assistant moderator should the need arise to have overflow voting in the auditorium. In addition, I have appointed certain citizens of the town to act as tellers for standing votes and any ballot votes. As is our tradition, I have admitted to the meeting a number of guests. We, of course, are pleased to have them with us. They are not allowed, of course, to vote on any matter that comes before the meeting. I now would ask Paul Healy to step forward and make a brief comment. Paul is not on the clock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Since we gathered last, the following town employees have left us. Kevin Bird, Josephine Daly, William Foley, Arthur Kress, David Lundeen, Ronald Olson, Marion Rubo, Joseph Shaughnessy, Richard White. Additionally, John Riley, 21-year member, Hingham Planning Board, 6-year member, Hingham Board of Selectmen. And finally, United States Marine Corps Corporal Christopher Orlando, Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 463, the 1st Marine Aircraft, on January 14, 2016, taken from this world, died in the service of freedom in our nation.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. On behalf of all citizens, I thank Hingham Community Access Media for providing the closed-circuit television coverage for this evening's meeting. The meeting is also being recorded for later broadcast on the local access cable channels. Of course, there is no smoking allowed anywhere in the building. Also, I would invite you to just take a moment to locate the emergency exit that is nearest you. I would also invite you now to take the time to turn off any cell phones, and I urge you to refrain from using your phone and texting unless there is some emergency or other compelling reason to do so. Let me also augment what is in the warrant booklet with respect to the town election. The town election will be held on Saturday, April the 30th for precincts 1, 2, 3, and 4 here at the high school, for precincts 5 and 6 at the middle school, and for precinct 5A at Linden Ponds in the Oak Leaf Clubhouse. With respect to voting here at the high school, we will be using a new entrance format. All voters will be invited to enter exclusively from the Pleasant Street side, so you will not enter from Union Street. There will be ample parking in the Pleasant Street lot, which is right behind me, and you will enter through the entrance, which is to my left, to your right. The hours for voting will be from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. This is all set forth on page 69 in your warrant booklets. Eileen McCracken has also asked me to pass on the following information to those who may be unable to vote during the polling hours on Saturday, April 30th, but who could come to vote at the town hall before that day. Anyone who will be unable to vote during the normal polling hours on Saturday, April the 30th, may vote at the town clerk's office during regular business hours any day before then, but not later than Friday the 29th at noon. So business hours up until the 29th at noon. As we do each year, I call your attention to the talent bank application form that is at the end of the warrant booklet on page 88. The selectmen and the moderator always welcome volunteers for service to the community on many of the appointed town committees and boards. If you are interested, and I urge you to be interested, please fill out the talent bank application and either drop it in the mailbox, or the box rather, marked Talent Bank Applications in the rear of the hall, or you can return it to the selectman's office at any time. That talent bank application is also available online on the town's website and can be easily completed online. The selectman and the moderator will meet with those who wish to give service to the town. These sessions typically take place in May and in June at the town hall. The dates are well publicized in advance. Allow me now to introduce those who are on the platform. To my immediate right, your left, Paul Gannon, Selectman. Paul Healy, Selectman. Eileen McCracken, our Town Clerk. Betty Foley, our Assistant Town Administrator. Mary Power, Member of the Board of Selectmen. And Ted Alexiadis, our Town Administrator. I call to your attention next the moderator's message that is set forth at pages 3 and 4 of the warrant booklet. There I have summarized some of the town bylaws and other procedures that are followed in the conduct of the Hingham Town Meeting. I said earlier that we had the privilege and pleasure of inviting certain guests to be present at our meeting. Of course, if a guest of the meeting wishes to speak, that requires this legislative body, the meeting, to permit that guest to speak. We are privileged today to have our Congressman, Stephen Lynch. Stephen has just come into the hall on my left, and I think that Congressman Lynch would like to address the meeting. So if a majority of you would like to hear from a United States Congressman, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It's a unanimous vote. I reminded Congressman Lynch's staffer, who said Congressman Lynch needed 5 minutes. I said he can have 6. And I'll tell him when he has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I want to thank Town Meeting for allowing me this courtesy. I saw the length of the warrant, so I know you have a lot of business to attend to, and I promise to be as brief as possible. I do want to just update Town Meeting on a few things that are going on in Washington and some that immediately affect the town of Hingham. Those of you who attended the FAA meeting that we just had in Milton about the overflight issue, we had quite a few attendees of that meeting. 700 people attended, but there were many from Hull and Hingham about the overflights of commercial jetliners over the South Shore. A number of the other towns were in attendance as well. We've been negotiating with them, with the FAA and with Massport. And they recently issued a response to us and have agreed to some of our demands. One of them was to request them to move the flights off about a mile off the coast so that they weren't going over the coastal communities on the South Shore. And I've left about 50 copies of the letter from the FAA and Massport out on the front tables, I know, because some of you are very, very involved in this. We also sent copies of this letter out to the attendees who were actually there. Basically, they've agreed to that. They've agreed to move the flight paths about a mile off of the coastline, and this should provide a lot of relief to the families, to the homes that were previously affected. So that's a good thing. We still have some work to do on other towns, but for the purposes of Hingham and Hull, this should make a dramatic effect. It also says in the letter that they're in the process of educating the pilots. From my own anecdotal experience, I do the shuttle twice a week, and we have been taking an offshore path out over the water and not over Hingham and Hull and Situate, which is a good thing. I'm just nervous that mine is the only plane that is doing that. So we're going to continue to monitor that very, very closely. But I'm sure I'll hear from the neighbors if they don't live up to their promises. So that's a good thing. And we're still working on, as I say, there are some other routes that are heavily affected as well, and we're working on those. As you know, we had a battle over the FEMA flood maps, and Hingham was successful in its appeal. We're still getting calls to our office about homeowners who In the interim, before that bill was passed, insurance companies were coming out with some very, very hefty premiums and insurance plans. And people didn't want to go without insurance, so they were forced into buying these more expensive plans. But under the correcting legislation, it requires those individuals, if you were forced into an expensive plan before the relief bill was passed, they're mandated in the legislation to reimburse you for the difference in whatever you paid under the expensive format with FEMA, with the old maps, and the lower rates that were instituted after the relief bill was passed. So if anybody's in that category, in that situation, and there were some horrendous bills that were handed out. We're working with some of the business owners and homeowners that were dramatically affected already. But our office in Boston, 617-428-2000, and we're handling all those cases as they come in. They seem to be trickling off. There were a bunch at once, but so I think we've got it worked out with some of the major insurance companies. Last few weeks in the last session, I was able to get a bill through called the Wounded Warrior Medical Leave Act. We have a problem with the number of our sons and daughters who are coming back after multiple tours of duty and go to work for any of the federal agencies. We've got about 40,000 in this last year that went to work for either the Post Office or Defense Department or a State Department. In any event, they were precluded from going to their appointments, their medical appointments, because they were not eligible for medical leave until they had been working a year at their federal positions. So I worked with a few of my Republican colleagues. I drafted up a bill that would basically provide them with 104 hours when they return. So, and because of the multiple tours, we're seeing a very high incidence of PTSD. We've got a very elevated suicide rate among returning veterans who have done multiple tours of duty. So the old situation precluded them from actually getting medical care in the immediate year that they had returned, which is the most critical year in their recovery. So with the help, it was a bipartisan bill. I had a lot of support from the Republicans on the House side, and the President was able to sign that into law. Also, a case, oh, thank you. A case that was pending for a while, the Glenn Doherty Contractor Fairness Act. I don't know if you remember, Glenn Doherty was one of our Navy SEALs from Massachusetts, and he lost his life on the roof of the station, the CIA station in Benghazi, Libya. It was 3.5 years ago. Because of a flaw, an oversight in the law, it was called the 1941 Defense Base Act. His family was denied benefits. Even though he had paid $7,000 in premiums, the law reads from 1941 that only spouses and children can receive those benefits. Glenn had taken out this policy through the Defense Department, through the CIA actually, and expected when he paid those premiums that his family would receive the benefits if he were killed. It took 3.5 years, but I'm happy to say that as of about 10 days ago, the CIA, I filed legislation, and again, I had a lot of Republicans and Democrats on board. I filed legislation as the lead sponsor of that bill, and I think we had it on the 2-yard line. But rather than have the bill pass, the CIA changed their policy and agreed to pay benefits to Glenn Doherty's family and any other family similarly situated. Now, so that was a great thing for the Doherty family, but we're still pushing that bill. So it's been agreed to by the CIA to pay those benefits for not only for Glenn, but we lost a lot of people in the bombings in Tanzania and also in let me think, it's Addis Ababa and two of the North African embassies, and also the attacks on the Marine barracks in Beirut back in 1983. So we will go all the way back for all those families. If anybody was a defense contractor or a CIA contractor and they lost their lives in those attacks, we'll cover all those families for the benefits that they deserve. In closing, I just want to say that I was very impressed by the response of the town of Hingham with respect to Marine Corporal Christopher Orlando. I was invited down by your veterans agent, Keith German, to attend that memorial. And I just have to acknowledge the kindness and the courtesy and the love and support that was extended by the town of Hingham to Marine Corporal Christopher Orlando and his family. That was a wonderful, wonderful demonstration of love and support. And I know that his family was grateful for the outpouring of love that they received. And finally, one of the great things I get to do as a United States Congressman is I get to appoint young men and women to the Naval Academy, to our military academies. And the town of Hingham has had a long and strong history of military service by its sons and daughters. And I just want to acknowledge these 3 academy attendees. The first is Benjamin Maud. I had the honor of appointing him last year, so he's in his first year at West Point. His parents are Michael and Anna Maud. He's a United States Military Academy at West Point, class of 2019, so he's a cadet there now. He is a graduate of Xaverian Brothers High School, class of 2014, that lives at 214 Levitt Street here in Hingham. Also this year, Liam John McCarthy. I was proud to appoint him to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point as well. He will be part of the West Point class of 2020. He attended the Avon Old Farm School. His parents are his parents are Noreen and Kevin. Kevin's grandfather was a firefighter, a Boston firefighter, and I think Kevin is as well. And lastly, John Claffey McLaughlin. His parents are Mary Ellen and Hugh McLaughlin. I happen to know Hugh, great guy. And he's been accepted to the U.S. Naval Academy, class of 2020. He graduated from St. Sebastian's High School, class of 2016. So you have every reason to be very, very proud to have so many of your sons currently at the Naval Academies. And I am told that, and I've seen how the applications come in. You have every reason to be very proud of these young men and your families, and their families. Excuse me. That's all I have. I want to thank you for the great courtesy you've shown me. I'm very proud to represent the town of Hingham in the United States Congress. Thank you for being involved in town meeting. I know you've got a long meeting ahead of you. God bless you all, and God bless these United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you to Congressman Lynch and to his staff. We are privileged to have you with us. I invite again Paul Healy to speak to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I'd like to just take a moment to acknowledge and recognize Betty Foley, who is behind me to my left. Invaluable assistance to this town in ways that most people in this room will never know, including myself, frankly. She has been a phenomenal, loyal town employee, totally grounded in common sense and reality, a pleasure to work with. I can only wish her the best in her retirement. Thank you so much for all the good work that you've done.
I can assure you that this meeting would not run as efficiently as it does were it not for Betty Foley. Again, I call your attention to the moderator's message. It's set forth at pages 3 and 4 of the warrant booklet. I'd like to take a moment just to review with you a few of the more important parts of the procedure, and particularly for those who may be newer to participating in the meeting. Also, like church, there are lots of seats over here toward the front, so you needn't stand for the next several hours. So an article. What's an article? An article is a question. Sometimes people confuse articles and motions. An article is a question, and a motion is a proposed answer. We move a certain response to the question. One of the things that is a fact of town meeting is the proposed answer, not surprisingly, must be within the scope of the article. You can't propose to answer a question that has not been posed. So the articles, once they're published, sometimes people will say, oh, we want to amend the article. Once an article is published in the warrant, it may not be amended. The motion, of course, may be amended by a vote of the meeting. All motions must be seconded. The advisory committee, which is to my left, to your right, is effectively our finance committee and in many ways serves as a proxy or an advance guard for town meeting. If the advisory committee is recommending an affirmative motion under a given article, that affirmative motion is received as the main motion under the article. Now, any voter may propose to amend the motion, either to change it in part or to substitute a whole new motion, sometimes cleverly called a substitute motion. In that case, the proposed amendment will be taken up and voted on first. Then the main motion, as it may have been amended, will be acted upon. If the advisory committee, as is the case tonight on a couple of instances, is recommending no action under an article, if in that case a voter offers an affirmative motion, the voter's motion will be received as the main motion under the article. That motion likewise is subject to amendment. All motions and proposed amendments involving the expenditure of money must be in writing. So must all other motions and proposed amendments, unless they are so brief and simple as to be easily understood when stated orally. To the extent a voter wants the assistance of counsel, to my right, the gentleman at the table is John Coughlin. He is serving as outside effective general counsel to the town, and sitting next to him is Susan Murphy, who is handling real estate matters on behalf of the town. So if somebody wanted to make a motion and needed the assistance of counsel, either Mr. Coughlin or Ms. Murphy will assist you. Limits on speaking if you're not a member of the United States Congress. No one may speak on any subject for more than 6 minutes the first time, or more than 3 minutes the second time. No one may speak more than twice on a question unless all others who have not spoken on that question shall have spoken if they desire to do so, and unless leave of the meeting is first obtained. No speaker is allowed to indulge in personalities. All speakers must confine their remarks to the matter before the meeting. I'd invite you to, even if you're moved by someone's presentation, not to applaud, just be civil. As I said, persons who are not registered voters of the town may be admitted to the meeting as guests, and they may be given permission to address the meeting if a majority of you wish them to do so. A moment on the motion for the previous question. The purpose of the motion for the previous question is to end discussion and to have an immediate vote on the pending question. The motion for the previous question is not debatable, and it does require a majority vote for adoption. The moderator will decline to accept a motion for the previous question if other voters are seeking recognition and if both sides have not yet had a fair opportunity to be heard. The moderator will accept the motion for the previous question if it appears that both sides have been heard and the discussion has become repetitious. Voting procedures. All votes at Hingham Open Town Meeting are taken in the first instance by voice vote. If the moderator is in doubt as to the results, or if 7 voters rise and express doubt as to the result declared by the moderator, a standing vote is taken, except that a ballot vote is taken in lieu of a standing vote if either the advisory committee or 50 voters promptly call for a ballot vote. As the ballot vote takes considerable time, Our practice has been not to request a ballot vote in the absence of compelling reasons. No vote may be reconsidered except after a 2/3 vote on a motion to reconsider that vote. A vote may not be reconsidered a second time or after a motion to reconsider it has failed to pass. I'll skip over the reconsideration in an adjourned session. You can read through it if it becomes relevant. A motion to adjourn the meeting to a later time is a privileged motion and is decided by majority vote without debate. So a motion to adjourn is to another day. So that would happen if we failed to complete the warrant tonight, or if we had to go tomorrow, in which case we would have an adjournment to a fixed time. When the warrant is complete, then a motion to dissolve the meeting is in order. I thank all of you for being so prompt, which allowed us to begin our meeting at the stroke of 7 because we had a quorum. Thank you. If you wish to speak, please rise and seek the attention of the moderator. When you are recognized by the moderator, come to one of the microphones. Please state your name and address clearly at the outset. And if you're not used to using a microphone, please get darn close to it so we don't have to say louder, louder, I can't hear you. Okay. The first matter before us, Article 1. Article 1 asks the meeting to choose all necessary town officers other than those to be elected at the ballot, including the following. One member of the committee to have charge of the income of the Hannah Lincoln Whiting Fund for a term of 3 years, and a trustee of the bathing beach to fill a vacancy in accordance with applicable Massachusetts law. You will see the recommended affirmative motion of the advisory committee is that Pauline Monroe be elected a member of the committee to have charge of the income of the Hannah Lincoln Whiting Fund for 3 years, and that Christopher Daly be elected a trustee of the bathing beach in accordance with applicable Massachusetts law. Is there discussion? If none, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It is a unanimous vote. Article 2. Article 2 is one that we see each year. It says, will the town assume liability for damages that may be incurred by work to be performed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation for the improvement, development, maintenance, and protection of tidal and non-tidal rivers and streams, harbors, tidewaters, foreshores, and shores along the public beach, and authorize the selectmen to execute and deliver a bond of indemnity therefore to the Commonwealth. The comment makes clear that the DCR, as a matter of policy, requires the community to assume this liability. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is an affirmative motion within the 4 squares of the article. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All in favor of the recommended motion of advisory, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It is a unanimous vote. Article 3. Article 3 asks, will you hear the reports of certain town committees which are listed in Article 3? Those are committees that were formed by town meeting. The comment is a heartfelt comment that Hingham is indeed fortunate to work with so many public-spirited committees who work in these capacities. We are grateful to all of you for your excellent service and recommend that these posts and committees be continued. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is that these reports that are listed be received and that all of said bodies and posts of government be continued. This requires for its adoption a majority vote. Is there discussion? If none, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 3. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It is a unanimous vote. Article 4. Article 4 asks, will we hear the report of the Personnel Board appointed under the Classification and Salary Plan? As the comment makes clear, this article provides funds to pay for as yet undetermined financial obligations of the town that relate to salary increases, fringe benefits, and the like, and job reclassifications for non-school department employees who are either not in a collective bargaining unit or who are covered by a CBA that has not yet been concluded. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in your warrant booklet. I'll just abstract it, that the report of the Personnel Board be accepted, that the amendments of the personnel bylaw, including the classification and salary plan, and any agreements reached by the Personnel Board in collective bargaining which may be embodied or referred to in said report be approved and adopted in their entirety, such approval and adoption to become effective July 1, 2016, and that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $269,577 for the purpose of this vote. And the town accountant is hereby authorized and instructed to allocate said sum to and among the several personnel services and expense accounts in such amounts respectively as are proper, and required to meet such amendments and to comply with such collective bargaining agreements as may be entered into by the Board of Selectmen on behalf of the town. That requires for its adoption a majority vote. Is there discussion? Hearing none, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under Article 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It too is a unanimous vote. Article 5. Article 5 is again an annual question that is put to you as the town's legislature. Will the town fix the salaries of the following town officers? The selectmen, assessors, town clerk, municipal light board. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is an affirmative one, set forth in your warrant booklets, that the selectmen receive $2,000 each, except the chair will receive $2,500 for the period of incumbency, assessors $1,800, except the chair $2,000. The town clerk is compensated in accordance with grade 15 of the classification and salary plan and bylaw. Municipal light board at the annual rate of $214, which is paid from receipts of the electric light plant. Provided, however, that the salary of each such officer, except selectman, assessor, and municipal light plant board member, shall be reduced by all retirement allowances and pensions received by the officer from the town of Hingham. That requires for its adoption a majority vote. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of advisory under Article 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It is a unanimous vote. We now come to Article 6. Article 6 is our budget. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in the warrant booklet beginning on page 20. The introductory portion of the motion refers to appropriations for the fiscal year which will begin July the 1st, 2016. I now invite Tom Piles, who chairs the advisory committee, to come forward on behalf of the committee and speak to Article 6. Mr. Piles.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And good evening, neighbors. I'm Tom Piles, 727 Main Street, and the chairman of your advisory committee. There's a great deal of positive momentum in the town and lots of wonderful requests in the annual warrant. First, I'm pleased to report that the town is on solid financial footing as fund balance, our savings account, is at a historical high.
Tom, I ask you to speak directly into that mic, please.
Okay. We're also endowed with ample resources to fund our budget at reasonable service levels. The budget before you is a result of very cooperative and collaborative efforts and discussions with the town, various town departments and the school committee. Fortunately, after years of restoration of services previously curtailed by the economic downturn, the current levels now seem to be consistent with the town's expectations. Nothing seems to be broken. While this budget provides for only a few moderate new initiatives, not all requests that were made have been funded. Total appropriations requested are for $104,021,038, breaking for the first time the $100 million level. Normal capital outlay items which support necessary maintenance and replacements of our town assets continue to be funded at an incrementally higher level this year. This year's budget will also seek to repair library roof and the HVAC system, which are badly in need of attention. The municipal budgets will grow at a 2.09% level, while the school budget will increase by 4.84%. These increases are primarily contractual, as 75% of our budgets are personnel costs. There is only minor additions to staff this year. Of particular note this year is the growth in employee benefits. The approximately $1 million increase is primarily due to larger projected health premiums for 2017. Some good news: debt service is decreasing moderately, as no new debt has recently been issued. Funding these appropriations was a bit of a challenge this year, as revenue growth is expected to be flat at 2.3%. As a result, funding the larger than normal capital outlay budget necessitates use of fund balance to balance the budget. I'm pleased that the advisory committee recommends continuing the maintenance of the tax relief components of the budget, that is, an unused portion of the tax levy and the use of meals tax reserves as a source of funding. The proposed budget, if adopted, will result in a 1.92% or a $172.82 increase in taxes to the average homeowner. The budget has several perennially underfunded items, notably the snow and ice and the legal fees. These will result in year-end transfers from the reserve fund. As with last year, the request will exceed the current reserve fund balance. In Article 13, you will see that we are requesting a $781,436 addition to the reserve fund in order that we can pay our bills on a timely basis by June 30th. The reserve fund needs and the aforementioned capital items are not the only draws on fund balance this year. Of note is the appropriations request for Lincoln School apartment capital needs, a further addition to the SPED trust fund, and a request for additional fees to support the determination of the cost of the possible water company acquisition. The total potential draws on fund balance may exceed $2.5 million. Nonetheless, the unassigned portion of fund balance should remain in excess of our financial policy guidelines. The warrant will also ask you to consider two other important infrastructure projects: the further funding of the Fire Station Committee's review of possible locations for our stations, and also a request to accelerate the road building efforts. If adopted, these projects will result in further borrowing by the town. Indeed, we are in exciting times in the town. Lots of good things are happening. However, the wonderful options before us this year and beyond also present us challenges. As previously mentioned, there are both flattening of our growth rates and embedded high levels of expenses in several departments. These will make future budgeting difficult absent new growth initiatives and/or a bending down of the expense curve line. The town is also looking at many worthy projects which may require additional debt. This, in turn, will have an impact on future operating budgets. Again, there's nothing broken, but we need to be considerate of our financial resources. The town would benefit from a public discourse on the prioritization of our options of service levels and the new projects before us, being always mindful of the impact on our rating agencies and, of course, the taxpayers. Thank you for consideration of the budget and the various warrant articles before you tonight.
You will find, beginning at page 21, a series of pages running through page 27. Each of these contains 3 columns of numbers. The far right-hand column has specific appropriations recommended by the Advisory Committee for fiscal 2017, which begins July 1, 2016, and will end on June 30, 2017. With respect to the items under Article 6, as we have done for many years, I will read each amount to be appropriated for the next fiscal year as recommended in each case by the Advisory Committee. If you would like to raise a question or an objection with regard to any specific item, or if you would like to propose a higher amount or a lower amount or no amount at all, then, after I have read the item and the dollar amount, please say hold so that we will hear you. I will then mark hold next to the item in my book. We will put held items aside until we have completed the reading of the whole list, at which point we will take up the items that have not been held, as to which no question has been raised, and we will then vote on all of those items together. Then we will go back and take up any item that has been held one by one and allow discussion, questions, debate, and any alternative motions with regard to any of those items. So let us begin on page 21, and I will read each line item and the recommended amount. Allow me to note that action under Article 6 will not be considered final so as to require a 2/3 vote for reconsideration or other procedures applicable to reconsideration until all action under Article 6 has been completed. Article 6 requires for its adoption a majority vote. So the recommended motion of the Advisory Committee under Article 6 at page 21 of your warrant booklet reads that the town raise and appropriate for each of the following purposes for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2016, the sum of money stated therefore, provided that where a transfer appropriation is stated, the amount so indicated shall be transferred or specifically appropriated as stated. Also, that the authority is hereby given to turn in vehicles and equipment in partial payment for vehicles and equipment purchased in those cases where a turn-in is stated. And provided that any amount or portion thereof appropriated to a subaccount and included in a numbered account as set forth below may be transferred to another subaccount under the same numbered account with the approval of the Board of Selectmen and the Advisory Committee. Selectmen, payroll, $479,500. Expenses, $34,090. Reserve fund, $550,000. Town accountant, payroll, $398,498. Expenses, $12,555. Capital outlay, $88,700. Audit, $61,500. Information technology, $228,608. Assessors, payroll, $237,942. Expenses, $11,510. Consulting, $67,000. Map maintenance, $6,000. Treasurer collector, payroll, $329,217. Expenses, $45,338. Tax titles, $10,000. Legal services, $232,000. Town meetings, payroll, $2,692. Expenses, $27,700. Town clerk, payroll, $182,054. Expenses, $7,866. Capital outlay, $50,500. Elections, payroll, $20,850. Expenses, $19,845. Community planning, payroll, $738,761. Expenses, $57,297. Bear Cove Park, payroll, $17,228. Expenses, $7,370. Town Hall, payroll, $220,571. Expenses, $427,701. Capital outlay, $78,482. Grand Army Memorial Hall, expenses $14,500, capital outlay $6,200. Public safety, police, $5,164,273, overtime $451,378. Expenses $312,500, capital outlay $358,000, $35,000 of which from mooring permits. Fire department payroll $4,994,702, overtime $450,990. Hold on overtime. So we have a hold on payroll for fire. Expenses $404,445. Capital outlay $132,000. Dispatch services expenses expenses $854,438. Animal control payroll $61,646. Expenses $5,300. Harbor master payroll $155,716. Expenses $56,975. Public safety utilities emergency water $352,977. Street lighting $183,274. Education payroll $38,643,488. Expenses $8,972,33. Capital outlay $867,155. Public works and facilities, town engineering payroll $241,350. Expenses $33,350. Road building and construction $300,000. Highway recreation, tree and park payroll $1,972,788. Overtime $55,300. Expenses $414,314. Capital outlay $292,000, $238,428 from excess overlay. Snow removal $504,325. Road maintenance $303,246. Landfill recycling payroll $498,057. Overtime $25,798. Expenses $819,128. Capital outlay $200,000. Sewer commission payroll $327,175. Overtime $22,708. Expenses $271,166. Capital outlay $195,000. Engineering $10,000. NWRA charges $1,794,940. Hull intermunicipal agreement $229,415. The sum of $2,827,696 shall be funded from sewer revenue. Human services, the health department, payroll $303,271. Expenses $23,335. Elder services, payroll $206,377. Expenses $17,383. Capital outlay $50,000. In case you are wondering, the zero for tax work-off program merely indicates that that program is now being treated as a direct credit against property taxes instead of a budgetary line item. Veteran services, payroll $95,610. Expenses $5,679. Benefits $259,185. Health imperatives $2,700. South Shore Women's Center $3,700. Library payroll $1,336,866. Expenses $324,534. Capital outlay, there is one line that was dropped, or a figure that was dropped. You can pencil in at the beginning of the parenthetical before the word from this sum, $135,303. So as amended, the line should read capital outlay, paren, $1,135,303 from available reserves, and the advisory fiscal 2017 recommended amount in the far right column, $1,175,303, of which $1,135,303 is from available reserves. Recreation Committee, payroll $91,725. Trustees of the Bathing Beach, payroll $18,081. Expenses $21,145. Celebrations $11,719. Enterprise Fund, Country Club, $2,103,614 to be funded from Country Club revenue. Debt service, $9,562,032, $4,504,621 excluded from Proposition 2.5. Employee benefits, group insurance, $7,195,455. Other post-employment benefits, $795,063. Contributory retirement, $4,029,783. Workers' comp, $330,000. Unemployment, $30,000. Mandatory Medicare, $742,500. Property and liability insurance, fire, public liability, property damage, and the like, $605,000. Claims and incidentals, $10,950. That concludes the recommended appropriations under Article 6. One item has been held, that being under 220 Fire Department payroll, including overtime. We have a hold on that. We now come to vote on all of the other matters that have not been held. This requires for its adoption a majority vote. All in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote on all of the items that have not been held. We now come back to number 220, Fire Department payroll. There was a hold on that, and I would invite the citizen who held the matter, if he wishes to speak to it. Mr. Friedman.
Dennis Friedman, 445 Cushing Street. I noticed that the $4,994,000 is approximately a 10% increase over the year before, and while I'm sure if I would have had an opportunity to go into the minutes of the advisory committee or watch the recording of the session, I could have gotten the answer, but I apologize I did not have that opportunity, so I would like to understand what the explanation behind the increase.
I ask the appropriate person from the advisory committee to come forward and respond to Mr. Friedman's question.
Hi, good evening. Jim Taylor, the Advisory Committee, 3 Gristmill Lane. Then it's actually the increase over year is actually 2.1%. There were a couple positions within the fire department that were not reflected, that were not actually individuals weren't hired yet, so the 2016 number looks different than the 2017 number, which actually assumes a fully staffed office, fully staffed fire department. Hope that answers your question.
Is there a further debate on the matter that has been held? If not, we come to vote on item 220, payroll. Again, I will read the recommended amount from advisory is $4,994,702. Overtime, $450,990. Any further debate on that? If not, we come to vote. Requires for adoption a majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It too is a unanimous vote. That concludes the action under Article 6. Article 7 is an annual article that is put before us. It asks, will the town raise and appropriate transfer from available funds a sum of money for transfer into the stabilization fund to offset future tax increases? This requires, because it involves a stabilization fund, a 2/3 vote of town meeting. The recommended motion of advisory is that the town transfer from available reserves a sum of $2,046,471 into the stabilization fund. Is there debate? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 8. Article 8 asks, will the town appropriate a sum of money from the stabilization fund from available reserves for the purpose of reducing the tax rate or act on anything related thereto? This too requires for adoption a 2/3 vote. You see the recommended motion of your advisory committee that the town appropriate $65,413 for the purpose of reducing the fiscal year 2017 tax rate. This requires for adoption a 2/3 affirmative vote. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 9. Article 9 asks, will the town transfer from available funds a sum of money from the Massachusetts Meals Tax Stabilization Fund for the purpose of reducing the fiscal 2017 tax rate or act on anything related thereto? This too requires a 2/3 vote of the meeting. The recommended motion of advisory is that the town transfer $450,000 from Meals Tax Stabilization Fund for the purpose of reducing the fiscal year 2017 tax rate. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It too is a unanimous vote. Article 10. Article 10 asks, will the town appropriate from the receipts of the light plant money for the maintenance and operation of the light plant for the 12-month period beginning July 1, 2016, in accordance with applicable Massachusetts law, and provide for the disposition of any surplus proceeds? The comment says that the light plant is self-funding, and the agreement calls for payments in lieu of taxes of no less than $450,000, but it's anticipated that the pilot payment will be at least $500,000. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is an affirmative motion. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under Article 10. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 11. Article 11 is the first of two articles concerning revolving funds. We vote this each year. Will the town accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E, 1/2, so as to establish and define the terms of a departmental revolving fund for the building department? The recommended motion of the advisory committee is an affirmative motion. It requires for adoption a majority. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 12 asks, will the town accept the provisions of applicable Massachusetts law so as to establish and define the terms of a departmental revolving fund for the Council on Aging? The recommended motion of your advisory committee is affirmative. This requires for adoption a majority vote. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion of your advisory committee, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 13. Article 13 asks, will the town raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to the town's reserve fund for use during the fiscal year 2016, the year we're in? This article is included each year to cover existing funds to the extent that the reserve fund is not adequate to cover unbudgeted and unanticipated expenses for the balance of the current fiscal year. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in the supplemental under Article 13, and you will see that the recommended motion of the advisory committee is that the town transfer from available funds a sum of $781,436 to the town's reserve fund for use during fiscal 2016. Is there a discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under Article 13. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 14. Article 14 relates to the Fire Station Building Committee. And the question posed to you is, will the town authorize the Fire Station Building Committee to consider and evaluate sites other than 230 North Street for a fire station to serve the north side of town, replacing the current North Fire Station? Consider and evaluate sites other than 847 Main Street for a fire station to serve the south side of town, either as a replacement to the current South Fire Station or to establish a fourth fire station in town. And two, to increase the current amount authorized to be raised and appropriated, borrowed, or transferred from available funds for the Fire Station Building Committee, and authorize that such funds be expended as needed for any expenses related to the consideration and evaluation of sites as described above, and for design and engineering services for the construction of fire stations to serve the town on any such sites or act on anything relating thereto. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in your warrant booklet on page 31. You will see above the recommended motion that the Board of Selectmen and Advisory have both voted unanimously in support of this article. The recommended motion of the Advisory Committee is an affirmative one and is set forth in your warrant booklets. Is there a discussion? This requires for adoption a 2/3 majority because it involves the prospect of borrowing. All those in favor of the recommended motion of the Advisory Committee, please say aye. All opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 15. Article 15 asks the following question. Will the town vote to transfer the following amounts that were previously appropriated and raised by borrowing under the following votes set forth in the tabulation? Why? Because those amounts are no longer needed to complete the projects for which they were initially borrowed, and they will be used to pay costs of Article 14 of the 2015 annual meeting, the North Street Fire Station renovation, as permitted by Mass General Laws 44, Section 20. The explanation is set forth in the comment. The recommended motion of advisory is on page 32 in your warrant booklets. These funds are no longer needed to complete the projects. Recommended motion is that $121,806 be transferred as permitted under Mass law and stated in the affirmative motion of the advisory committee. This requires for adoption a simple majority. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of advisory under Article 15. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 16. Article 16 asks, will the town appropriate a sum of money from available reserves to the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which funds are expected to be expended by the Housing Trust to make capital improvements to the Lincoln School apartments that are located at 86 Central Street. And it further asks the question to authorize the Board of Selectmen to amend the lease for the Lincoln School apartments to provide for increased rent payments to the town in an amount sufficient to repay the appropriation over a period of time and under terms and conditions as determined by the Board of Selectmen. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in your warrant booklet at page 33. It's an affirmative motion, and you also note that the selectmen approved the article and the proposed action by a unanimous vote, 3-0. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under 16. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Next, Article 17 relates to the senior tax work-off program. It asks the question, will the town vote to amend its acceptance of Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, 5K, by adopting the 125-hour maximum limit? The comment notes the town has a senior tax work-off program that can be based either on a maximum of $1,000 or 125 hours per year at the minimum wage. The latter formula would produce a higher amount. The Council on Aging believes that this adjustment will enhance the town's tax work-off program value to seniors at little additional cost to the town of Hingham. The recommended motion of advisory is that the town adopt the recommended change and adopt the 125-hour maximum limit. This requires for adoption a majority vote. Is there discussion on 17? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion of advisory, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 18 asks, will the town renew its acceptance of Clause 56 of the Massachusetts General Laws 59.5 to allow members of the Massachusetts National Guard or military reservists who are on active duty to obtain a reduction of all or part of their real and personal property taxes for any fiscal year in which they are serving in a foreign country or act on anything relating thereto. You'll note that the town approved this exemption under Article 17 at the 2012 meeting, but that authorization has expired. The purpose of the recommended motion under Article 18 is to extend the authorization for an additional 2 years. The recommended motion of the advisory committee, which comes unanimously from that committee as well as from the selectmen, is that the recommended motion be adopted. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under Article 18. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 19. Article 19 asks, will the town raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money to be used by the Board of Selectmen for professional services, fees, and costs to acquire, to continue its investigation into the feasibility of the acquisition of the corporate property and all rights and privileges, including the assets of the town water company now known as Aquarian Water Company of Massachusetts and or affiliated related companies, including Aquarian Water Capital of Massachusetts, pursuant to statutes of 1879, Chapter 139, or through any other method of acquisition, including negotiation or litigation, including the currently pending Suffolk Superior Court case, or any appeal thereof, the Board of Selectmen may determine to be necessary or advisable in order to determine whether the acquisition is feasible and advisable for further town meeting consideration or act on anything relative thereto. This requires a majority vote for its adoption. Your advisory committee recommendation is set forth in your warrant booklet. Is there discussion? Mrs. Power.
Good evening, Mary Power, 1 King Philip Path, speaking for the Board of Selectmen. Article 19 requests $300,000 to conclude the litigation that will determine a purchase price for the water company. This request is triggered by the need to address any appeal of the November court ruling and the judgment we are currently awaiting. Aquarian has already stated their intent to appeal the court's ruling. While you're not being asked tonight whether to purchase the water company, it bears mentioning why we as a town undertook this effort in the first place. While our water company has always been privately owned, it had the feel of being a local water company for a long time. Things started to change in 2002 when Mass American Water Company sold to Kelda, a British company who made us part of their Aquarian subsidiary. After 5 years in 2007, Kelda sold Aquarian to Macquarie Utilities, Inc., an entity affiliated with an Australian bank. In 2012, our water rates were the 5th highest in the state. Filings indicated Aquarian's intent to request rate increases every 3 years. We were also concerned about our water infrastructure based on resident complaints and unaccounted for water, which is water that is withdrawn from the aquifer, treated and lost before it gets to our homes, was 16%. That's 6 points higher than the DEP standard. At that time, Hingham was in the small minority of Massachusetts communities with a privately owned water company. These factors, combined with our experience with Hingham Light, made us question whether to consider purchasing the water company which is our right under an 1879 statute. The 2012 annual town meeting authorized a feasibility study. A study committee that included 4 former advisory committee chairs was established. Their work included gathering 57 documents and over 3,000 pages of information that is available on the committee's webpage. The committee and its hired experts valued the water system between $50 and $60 million. They identified significant cost elimination opportunities. Initial governance and engineering work was completed. Since the town and Aquarian could not agree on a purchase price as defined by the statute, Hingham filed a complaint in July 2013. To limit unnecessary expenditures of time and money, the selectmen decided to pause with governance and engineering work until the town knew that it had a viable purchase price. The trial took place 19 months after the complaint was filed, which the litigators tell us is quick for a case of this complexity. Closing arguments took place in May of 2015. This past November, the court issued a 32-page memorandum containing rulings on 4 specific questions. We think the court ruled in Hingham's favor on all 4 questions. The court also required the parties to calculate the final price differently than originally proposed by either side. Hingham's purchase price submission, which is based on the court's ruling, remains in the $50 to $60 million range. Aquarian submitted 2 prices, $144 million and $96 million. Aquarian's submission also stated an intent to appeal the court's ruling. An appeal is a review of the existing trial record. It's not another trial, so it will not be as costly as the trial. So why approve Article 19 tonight? Well, the reason is the facts. The facts continue to compel us to finish what we started. The Water Company Acquisition Study, the Board of Selectmen, and the Advisory Committee have each spent a great deal of time following this process and analyzing each development. They all agree we should continue. In fact, there hasn't been a single no vote from any Advisory Committee member or Board of Selectmen in 4 years, and both boards have turned over many of its members. Over the past 4 years, the town has spent close to $1.2 million primarily for litigation. During that time, Aquarian has reduced our rates twice, resulting in over $3.5 million in ratepayer savings. I don't think that's a coincidence. The unaccounted for water story is not as strong. It's grown from 16% to 23% in 4 years, which in 2014 represented over 272 million gallons of water. The slide puts those numbers into perspective. Remember them when you see a notice about water restrictions. At the conclusion of this litigation, if the purchase price is viable for the town, we will resume engineering and governance work using town volunteers and paid experts as needed. We don't expect it to take as long or cost as much as the litigation. In summary, since the water company was established in 1879, Hingham has discussed the possibility of town ownership at least 7 times that we've been able to identify. And in each case, a legally binding purchase price wasn't secured, so each subsequent analysis had to start from scratch. Article 19 allows Hingham to obtain a legally binding purchase price that we as a town can carry into the future. The Board of Selectmen ask for your support of Article 19. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor for the Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Jim Taylor, 3 Gristmill Lane, speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee. As Selectman Power indicated, Article 19 is not a referendum for the purchase of the water company. It's an article to appropriate up to $300,000 to complete the legal phase of the water company acquisition study. The Advisory Committee voted unanimously in support of this article. It's interesting to note that the Advisory Committee has heard and voted on water company funding requests 6 times over the last 4 years. As you heard, in each case, after discussion and deliberation, the committee voted to support each expenditure request. Each time the committee analyzed the rationale behind those requests, and I thought it would be helpful to share the committee's current analysis with you tonight. The first item we've taken into consideration is the financial implication of a potential acquisition. We looked at the potential costs as well as the financing aspect of a purchase. The Water Company Acquisition Study Committee built a very detailed spreadsheet looking at all of Aquarion's current expenses and identifying those that would be eliminated under town ownership. Consider that under town ownership, expenses like the profit that Aquarion earns, rent that it pays itself for the water treatment plant, corporate office overhead, and legal expenses incurred in other communities would be eliminated. In total, those eliminated costs enable annual savings of $2.6 to $3.2 million per year, amounting to really significant savings over 20 years, at which point the town would fully own the water company, only compounding the savings beyond that time. The model includes a significant increase in capital expenses to fund infrastructure improvements. It pays back the town for all of its expenses incurred in this study process, including all legal expenses, as well as making an annual payment to the town in lieu of taxes. Of course, this is predicated on the court's ruling in favor of the town's price calculation, which can only be finalized through the continued funding of its legal case. Another area considered by the advisory committee is the state of repair of the current system. In 2011, Aquarion funded a significant study to identify and prioritize the current status of the water storage and distribution system and to prioritize the necessary improvements. The study identified over $17 million in needed upgrades. Compare that with Aquarion's capital investment of around $1 million at the time of the study, and you see the issue the town is faced with. Delayed upgrades and repairs result in greater long-term costs to ratepayers, not to mention new capital needs. But here's a really important thing to remember. It doesn't matter who owns a water company. Aquarion ultimately doesn't pay for these repairs, and neither would the town. It's the ratepayer who pays for all the work. It's you and I. The current of the pipes is effectively irrelevant, as you and I will have to pay for infrastructure upgrade and repairs, regardless of who owns the water company. The advisory committee is convinced that town ownership would take a much more proactive approach to fixing the infrastructure. In fact, the financial model I previously referred to includes $5 million in year one infrastructure improvements with an annual ongoing investment of $2 million. This proactive approach is more cost-effective and much more advisable than to wait for it to break and then repair its strategy, seemingly followed by Aquarion. Lastly, a very important issue that the advisory committee considered and discussed is a continuity of ownership. Aquarion ownership is complicated and confusing. Aquarion's corporate offices are based in Connecticut, and it appears it is ultimately owned by a private equity fund managed by Macquarie, an investment bank based in Australia. And a few years ago, 45% of this fund was actually sold to a Canadian pension fund. That's right, the company that delivers our most important, scarce resource is owned by a fund that was established for one reason only, to deliver profits to its shareholders. The advisory committee is extremely concerned that at some point in the near future, Aquarion will be sold once again, and sold to another entity even more motivated by profits. Selectman Power's chart showing Aquarion's request for over 45% in rate increases in the 5 years following his acquisition by Macquarie is telling. Town ownership eliminates this concern. We'd rather have our elected officials respond to water-related issues than having to worry about who the decision makers are when real local problems occur. All these issues, though, are meaningless without a court ruling on the price of the water company. If the court-determined price makes sense within the financial model I mentioned earlier, then the study work will continue and ownership and governance issues will become the town's focus prior to any future town meeting vote. If the price does not make sense, then we walk away. We don't spend the $300,000, and we have a price that future generations could use as a starting point. We can't secure a legally binding price, though, without finishing what we started.
1 minute.
Don't let $1.2 million be wasted. Let's build on the progress achieved and the over $3 million of savings realized to date. Please join me and the other members of the advisory committee in voting in favor of this article. Thank you.
there further debate? Yes. Peter.
Peter Stathopoulos, 17 Volusia Road. What disturbs me about this whole acquisition study is that virtually every single meeting of the committee has been in executive session, and they mentioned proprietary information, litigation, etc. The minutes should be released now. We've gone to court. I don't see why we have to go into executive session every single meeting. Second is that you talked about the elected officials ruling the company. I just say Flint, Michigan. So it just, I mean, $68 million savings over 20 years, what is it discounted at? You know, whatever we're borrowing at. Second is that Aquarian responded to the question that we forced them to reduce rates. We did not force them. And my understanding, and nobody's answered this, is if it is run by the town, the rates do not have to go in front of the State Department of Utilities for approval. We can do it on our own. Second is, one of the things that disturbs me in many areas of the town is a lack of operational audits. We don't have independent audits done in so many areas of the company. This is one area I would like to see it. We talk about the fifth highest rates. Well, that was quoted 6 years ago, the first time I heard it. Is it still the fifth highest rates? I don't know. The problem is that I see these approvals, I see some figures thrown up, but there is no detailed analysis, no support for the figures. Where there are RFQs, RFPs put out for these consultants that we are using. You know, do we have the best thing, or are we just giving friends contracts, which concerns me. And we don't have an independent audit within this town, operations audit. We have a financial audit, which is fine, is necessary. So they're just, one, I would like to see all the minutes released that were in executive session. Why should they be held secret, even to now? Because at the point of litigation we're at, I don't think there's anything to be lost if we release it. And, you know, that's it. I mean, I would like to see it discounted. $68 million sounds big, but is that $10 per household per year? Or, you know, I mean, absurd, but there's no breakdown, there's no discounted cash flow. And if it's 58 million, does that mean at 80 million we walk away from it, or what? You don't have a break-even point showing when we walk away from it. So that's, I hesitate to approve the money for something that the details do not get released. Thank you. Wait a minute.
Mrs. Power, would you like to respond?
Thank you. I'll try briefly to respond to as many of the questions as we were able to record. First of all, Hingham's water rates were the 5th highest in the state in 2012 when the study was commenced. Based on the last information we have from Ty and Bond, which is 2 years ago, our water rates are the 10th highest. There are 351 communities in the Commonwealth. With respect to a discount rate, the discount rate that was used in the model, or the borrowing rate for the town, was in the 3.5% range. With respect to the costs themselves, Aquarian's annual costs are about $12 million a year. Our analysis indicates that $6.7 million of those costs can be eliminated. So that's a little bit over half of those costs can be eliminated. And it's important to note that the proposition at this point is that that money can get reinvested in terms of improving the infrastructure. And the proposition would be that those savings would allow for fewer and less frequent rate increases than, I believe, the 45% that Mr. Taylor addressed. With respect to executive session and the release of minutes, the open meeting law is very clear in this area. The open meeting law states that executive session minutes are not to be released until a matter is concluded. And we are still in pending litigation, and that matter is not concluded. So it would not be in the town's best interest to release those minutes. But on the issue of transparency, I think it's also important to point out that in the last 4 years, there have been 24 public meetings where business has been conducted, where updates have happened. That's a combination of town forums, meetings of the committee. Just in fact, since February, the Board of Selectmen have had 3 televised meetings on Article 19. The Advisory Committee has held 2 public hearings on Article 19. I think we've had a total of about 8 questions. And lastly, with respect to the Department of Public Utilities, they are the rate-setting agency for public utilities. I went to a DPU hearing once, and I think others in the room have been to those. And my impression is, my experience was from attending that rate-setting hearing, that the tendency is to favor the business and the business's rate increase. If you look back in Hingham's history, the Department of Public Utilities typically awards about 70% of a proposed rate increase.
The time has expired.
Thank you.
Is there further debate or discussion? Yes. You can come right here if you wish. Just speak directly into the mic, please.
Alona Cutler, 86 Central Street. I am concerned about this article also. When the public was invited by Aquarian to go down to the water treatment plant, I went down because I'm very interested in water. I feel that's one of the most precious commodities a town can have. We don't know how valuable our water is. Take a look at Flint, Michigan. Well, Aquarian seemed very reasonable to me. I did try to get some facts from them, and they did say if the town does own the water, they do not have to go in front of the DPU, as that gentleman had said. So if the town has a lot of infrastructure costs, and if they have to do it at prevailing wage rates, that's going to be very, very costly to the town, and the water rates can skyrocket. I would like to see this. I'd like to ask if we have any idea how long the litigation is going to go on, because according to this article in the Patriot Ledger, there's an article about the Hingham Aquarian dispute over the purchase could last years. So we're asked tonight to approve $300,000 to more legal costs. I understand that the town put a lot of work and effort into the study, and the lawyers got quite a bit of money out of this, and it sounds to me like they're going to get quite a bit more money. So we're going to be asked for $300,000 tonight. How much more are we going to be asked for in the future when this is tied up in litigation and not resolved? Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the recommended motion under Article 19? If not, we come to vote on that. It requires for its adoption a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion of advisory under Article 19, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It is a majority vote. A motion has been made for reconsideration. It's been seconded. Is there a debate on Mr. Siegfried's motion for reconsideration? If you would like to reconsider the matter that we have just voted, you will vote in favor of reconsideration. If you do not want to reconsider the matter that we have just voted, you will vote against reconsideration. All those in favor of reconsidering the action just taken on Article 19, please say aye. All those opposed, no. No. It's unanimous vote against reconsideration. The matter may not be reconsidered again. We now come to Article 20. Article 20 asks, will the town raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money to be expended under the direction of the Board of Selectmen for the purpose of improving and resurfacing various roads within the town? You'll see the comment speaks to a request to authorize $2,242,000 in funding to accelerate the town's road building plan. This requires for its adoption a 2/3 vote because it involves borrowing. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth at page 36. It says as follows: recommended that the town appropriate $2,242,000 to be expended under the direction of the Board of Selectmen for the purpose of improving and resurfacing various roads within the town over the next 5 years. To meet that appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow that sum under applicable provisions of Massachusetts law and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 20. It requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Next, we come to Article 21. Article 21 says as follows: will the town authorize but not require the Board of Selectmen to petition the Great and General Court of the Commonwealth to enact special legislation relating to the town administrator in substantially the form provided, and that the General Court may reasonably vary the form and substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition. Now, this is a very long article, and I can lull you to sleep by reading it aloud. Now, which I won't do. I will move to the recommended motion. The recommended motion is set forth in the supplemental report. So you can see in the supplemental report that the recommended motion of the advisory committee is that the town authorize the selectmen to petition the legislature to enact special legislation relating to the town administrator in substantially the form provided in Article 21, recognizing that the legislature may reasonably vary the form and the substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition. So that is the question, and that is the proposed answer from the advisory committee. Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, everybody. Karen Johnson, 16 Berkeley Circle for the TA Bylaw Committee. Thanks for giving me a few minutes, no more than 6, to share with you the work of the TA Bylaw Committee. I'd be remiss if I did not tell you what a privilege it has been to work with this group of talented, longtime Hingham volunteers. David Pace, Chair of the Personnel Board, Charlie Cristello, our past town administrator, Nelson Ross, and Tom Kerry, our elder statesman of Hingham. Thank you, gentlemen. Let me take a quick step backwards in time to remind us all of how we got here. The committee was constituted in 2013 to make recommendations with respect to best practices associated with the structure of executive governance in Hingham. The committee has spent the better part of 2.5 years reviewing hundreds of pages of bylaws, special acts, and charters from other towns, talking with current and former members of the Board of Selectmen, talking with key volunteers, employees, consultants from the Mass Municipal Association, and the town's financial advisor. After careful analysis of the issues, we recommended, and 2015 town meeting unanimously adopted, a local bylaw setting forth the authorities and responsibilities that the Board of Selectmen could delegate to the town administrator. Let me pause here and be clear. Those authorities are only those authorities under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen. We were very purposeful on this point. The bylaw, or if it moves forward, the special act, does not and cannot affect the schools, sewer commission, library, town clerk, light plant, planning board, assessors, recreation, or the Board of Health. That's out of bounds. We're also clear at 2015 town meeting, and those sentiments were echoed by the advisory committee comment, that the bylaw did not and could not fully address the issues that we identified in our analysis, namely, our ability to hire and retain high-caliber candidates for the position of town administrator, and our ability to maintain our AAA credit rating and overall financial stability. In addition, we recognize that we are out of step with our peer communities. The most appropriate mechanism to address these concerns and to affirmatively define the role of town administrator in Hingham is a special act. The Town Administrator Special Act is before you tonight in Article 21. Why do we need a special act? As noted in our report to the town last year, under Massachusetts law, cities and towns are limited in the way they can define their local governance unless they seek the permission of the legislature. A special act is one way we can ask for and receive the consent of the legislature to define the role of the town administrator in Hingham. Without a special act, the role of the town administrator can only be described in a local bylaw and is subject to the discretionary delegation of the Board of Selectmen, which delegation could change day to day, week to week, and year to year. In short, the only way for the town to decide how it wants the administrative function of the town to look and to operate is by using the tool provided to us by the legislature, a special act. The end result would be that the administrative functions of the town would be defined by town meeting after approval by the legislature and would remain constant over time. Now let me take just a minute to talk about the issues that the special act addresses, namely hiring and financial stability. Hingham needs a high-quality town administrator to be able to interact effectively with elected and appointed boards and committees. It requires someone who possesses expertise in all areas of municipal government, is conversant with state and federal laws and regulations, has strong financial skills, managerial skills, and interpersonal skills. You just heard tonight, we have a $100 million plus budget. We have capital assets valued at over $300 million, and we have about 1,000 employees. We know from our own hiring experience here in town and from our municipal consultant that the kind of candidate we need does not want a job in a community that does not have a special act or a charter. Consistency in the role of town administrator is also important to the continued financial health of the town and our ability to maintain our AAA credit rating. The committee talked with and reviewed materials supplied by the town's financial advisor, and that advisor indicated that the credit rating agencies, given their new focus on financial management factors and the stability of the financial management team, would view the institutionalization of the town administrator role as a credit-positive move. Conversely, if we do nothing, and a vacancy in the position of the town administrator upsets our financial management team, that situation could create concerns for our rating agencies. To summarize, the proposed special act is a necessary next step to put Hingham in a competitive position to hire a high-caliber town administrator and to ensure that we can maintain our AAA credit rating. A special act represents best practices in local governance, and it is in place in 15 out of 17 of our comparator and AAA peers. Finally, the special act only makes a few targeted changes to the unanimously passed bylaw, which represents the codification of 25 years of administrative practice in Hingham. Here are the points I hope you take away from my remarks. Number one, compared to our peers, we are behind the times in terms of the structure of our executive governance. Number two, without a special act, we will have a problem when we go into the marketplace to hire a replacement for the town administrator. It's a problem that could occur at any time. Number three, the special act before you is a narrowly tailored solution that represents best municipal governance practices and the codification of 25 years of the administration of the town. Finally, let me be clear again. The special act does not usurp the authority of elected boards or officials. It does not pertain to the operation of the schools, the sewer commission, the library, the board of assessors, the town clerk, the light plant, the planning board, recreation commission, or the board of health. I urge your support of Article 21. Thank you.
Mr. Coughlin for the Advisory Committee.
Good evening. I'm Dan Coughlin, 248 Wampatuck Road, speaking on behalf of the majority of the Advisory Committee. I've got a memo to myself to make sure that I go before Karen the next time, since she gets all the good points. But I wanted to share with you some of the thoughts that were most important to the Advisory Committee in our deliberations to support this article. We considered a number of aspects of the proposal, and specifically what the Act will do and what it will not do. It will further solidify and define the role of the town administrator as the operations manager for the town. And it also reinforces the role of the selectmen as the policy-making authority in town. It will not, as Karen emphasized, impact the elected or appointed boards and/or their employees. So it's very limited to the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen, and it defines those responsibilities quite clearly from a management role and a policy-making role. We considered a number of very specific points.
Can you get a little closer, Dan, please?
Okay, we considered a number of very important points.
Thanks.
First, the content. It is very consistent with the bylaw passed last year, which codified 25 years of best practices. The changes are minimal. First, the Board of Selectmen must have a contract with the town administrator. Secondly, the Board of Selectmen has the authority to hire a temporary town administrator should there be an opening or vacancy in that position. And third, the town administrator would be responsible for the hiring of firefighters. All other changes are entirely consistent with the 25 years of practice that we've enjoyed in town. Second, the timing. It's only been a year since the bylaw was passed. In order to enact these changes, there's a prolonged process that starts here with town meeting and winds its way through the State House, and God knows how long it takes to get things done on Beacon Hill. So this is not an immediate problem that has to be solved today, but it will be solved over time because it takes time to do these things. Third, the financial impact. We were persuaded by the comments from the town's outside financial resources that the adoption of the special act would be viewed as a credit-positive move. They consider the quality and experience of the town administration, the town administrator, the financial staff, as they make as a critical component of their credit rating of the town. We enjoy a wonderful credit rating, largely in part because of the solid qualifications of the people who run that function in the town. We really need to be appreciative of the fact that we have very, very strong financial management resources in town. Fourth, the hiring impact. While we all think this is a great town, well-run, and a great place to work, members of the Town Administrative Bylaw Committee have been told point blank that candidates for a TA position would not be attracted to Hingham because of the lack of defined authority and responsibility in this role. It's kind of hard to hear that somebody wouldn't want to come work in this town, but apparently it's true. So in summary, the hiring of the TA is one of the most vital responsibilities of the Board of Selectmen, impacting the citizens and employees of the town, as well as all parties providing services or financing to the town. Attracting and retaining the highest quality candidates is key to the efficient operations of the community affairs. This bylaw established the responsibilities of the position. The codification by a special act will ensure the town is able to attract and retain highly qualified candidates for the positions. Based on the budget we just approved, this is a $103 million enterprise. It needs and deserves the best operational and administrative talent available. I urge you to support our recommendation. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Demko.
Good evening. Edmund Demko, 18 Bradley Park Drive. I have been a resident of Hingham for over 80 years, and during this period have developed a love for our town and its people, and have seen it grow from 7,000 to the present. Therefore, I would ask you to look at our Founding Fathers' principle regarding government. The government of the people, for the people, and by the people. This is embodied in the latter part, by the people, and Article 21 appears to circumvent the authority of our elected officials. In addition, it appears there are no checks and balances in the codification of the town administrator's duties. I would respectfully request your consideration to reject Article 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Gannon? I heard you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Gannon, 7 Sentinel Road. I'll be brief. I was the minority vote on the Board of Selectmen, and I cast that vote based on my experience, both in the meetings and behind the closed doors, as to what I saw the needs and the concerns of the people in town were. And I saw that this, the bylaw that was put together by a wonderful group of people, by the way. They did a great job on that committee. That bylaw was something that I wasn't completely comfortable with because of my concerns of making sure that I was able to serve my constituents, to make sure that I could limit any abuse that might take place, and have some oversight. And when the bylaw was proposed to me, I had some good conversations with a member of the committee, and I felt pretty comfortable afterwards that we were going to define what the role of our town administrator was, and they were all going to be able to work around those definitions. But it was important, because it was put in the bylaw by the committee, that there would be oversight, there would be discretion, because it is our authority that we're delegating to the town administrator, that we have some oversight on an annual basis to make sure that it was being done properly and correctly, and if it wasn't, we could address that. So it was months later when we came into a meeting in September, October, that we were going to just leapfrog beyond that bylaw, which really hadn't been tested at all. It's been worked very well, I would say, so far. We were going to codify it. And basically, the one change that really is eliminate the Board of Selectmen from any oversight in the role. And I've always been involved philosophically. My point of view is that the best folks to serve the constituents are the elected people. We're answerable to you. When you have an appointed official that is not answerable to you, sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But at least with your elected officials, you know from day in and day out that if you have a question or if you don't like what they do, you can address that. It's not so easy to do with the town administrator. So I look at this from a philosophical and a principle point. I certainly have no problem with the committee's efforts. If anything, if we were going to meet in October, I would have liked a larger group of people in town. I will tell you that not once has anybody ever told me outside the committee process that they needed a stronger town administrator. Just the opposite, really. But no one's ever told me that the bylaw was not good enough. And our credit rating has been fantastic for a number of years. So I'm not buying into all the issues, but my main concern is that I think we need the oversight of your elected officials. And on that principle and that philosophy, that's why I oppose it. Thank you.
Mr. Healy?
Paul Healy, speaking for the majority of the Board of Selectmen. While our country is almost 250 years old, our town was settled almost 400 years ago. Town meeting is convened in the Old Ship Church, GR Hall, and here today in the gym. Numerous boards of selectmen have overseen the business of the town, but in the 1990s it became clear that the work of the board required additional assistance in completing the town's business. Since that time, there have been 4 different town administrators. Each has had tasks delegated to them by the selectmen, and a quarter-century of experience has formed the recommendation before you tonight. In October 2014, it became obvious that a more focused approach to the town administrator position was necessary. To that end, the Town Administrator Bylaw Committee was formed of citizens highly experienced in town government and highly respected for their contributions to it. We thank them for their thoughtful recommendations. They undertook the task of examining the town administrator position their recommendation at the 2015 town meeting to create a town administrator bylaw setting forth the duties and responsibilities of the town administrator was unanimously approved. This year is the final piece of what will ensure that our ability to attract future candidates for this critically important position is enhanced and solidified by statute or a special act. The reasons warranting this additional step are clearly set out in the warrant on pages 39 and 40. I urge you to read it. A plain read of the comment makes it clear that to attract the pool of candidates for the position of town administrator, Hingham needs to make sure that the position does not change with each composition of the Board of Selectmen. Stability of good governance, management of our personnel, and our attractiveness as a AAA bond-rated community makes it imperative that we attract only the highest quality candidates for this position. The overwhelming majority of communities we measure ourselves against have all adopted a special act to ensure their town administrators are top-tier personnel. We can afford to do no less. Our town moves forward into this century committed to managing our government in a professional and effective manner. We have placed before you a proposal that reflects a quarter century of experience working with town administrators here in Hingham. The role of the Board of Selectmen in our town government is enhanced by having only the best people working in the position of town administrator. We urge you to support this next logical step. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Laura Burns.
Laura Burns, 96 Hersey Street. I rise to support this article. I think that the check and balance that we are looking for when we're talking about keeping our town administrators serving the goals and policies as set by the Board of Selectmen is very simple. When the time comes to renew a town administrator's contract, if that person is not executing as the Board of Selectmen desires, the Board of Selectmen simply does not renew that person's contract. This goes on all the time across the state. I learned that the average amount of time that a town administrator or town manager spends in that role in any given town is 3 years. We have not had that experience much here in this town. That's a very good thing. We would like to make it possible. But the instance under which you're most likely to want to let go of the town administrator because they are not properly carrying out the policies set by the Board of Selectmen is when you have been unable to attract the top candidate to your job and you've gotten somebody who is not as good as they should be at that job. Since the tragic passing of John Riley, I am the only former selectman who has served a significant amount of time with all 3 of the permanent town administrators that the town has ever had. And what that means is, with John Riley and Bruce Rebuffo, I hired 2 of those 3 permanent town administrators. And I can tell you that the reason that is put forward in the comment for passing this article, the consultant, when we were busy hiring the town administrator after the departure of Charlie Costello, consultant advised the town that highly qualified candidates would not be drawn to the position without a firm definition of the role and responsibilities pursuant to either a special act or a charter. This is not a hypothetical. This is a real thing, and it happened to the town of Hingham. One of our town administrators was not a good fit culturally to the town. It was a situation that led to some grinding of the gears in town government for a couple of years. It was not a disaster. Nothing terrible happened to the town. The situation was resolved when our town administrator found a job elsewhere without difficulty. And how did we happen to get top quality talent the next time around? We got lucky. There was someone in our own organization who was prepared to step forward and adequately qualified and enthusiastic to take on that role. We are not guaranteed in the future to have someone in that position ready to step forward and take on that role. That's something that we have to set the town up to attract under all circumstances. It really, if we're looking to succession planning, the plan to get lucky in finding our next town administrator is not a good plan. And I will simply share with you that it was our experience when we hired the town administrator that was not a good fit, that the applicant pool was not what we would have wished. And when we asked the town consultant why that was, our hiring consultant, that was because we did not have adequate definition of the role to attract the top talent. So I just wanted to put some meat on that for you so that you understand that we have been through this in Hingham, and I hope we won't be through it again. There's no need to go through it again. I hope you'll support this article. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Michael Mullally. I live at 14 Cushing Avenue out on Crow Point. Maybe, like me, you're asking yourself why a simple thing like a town administrator's job description needs a special act of the legislature. That sure seems extreme to me. The warrant explains, state statute restricts the further delegation of administrative responsibilities to the town administrator. But that's not the complete story. As any first-year law student will tell you, administrative law does not let executive bodies like our Board of Selectmen delegate authority they do not have. Transfer of authority requires a special act of the legislator. So the very fact that this article is asking for legislative approval means that what's being proposed here is beyond the authority of the Board of Selectmen. One does not need a special act for certainty, as the warrant claims. They need a special act because they are proposing to delegate authority that they currently do not have. What seems to be going on here is a transfer authority from our other elected officials to an unelected town administrator. This article, as written, neuters our other elected officials and in effect creates a non-school mayor, an unelected mayor at that. I don't know how you feel about going to a mayoral form of government, even for the non-school part, but having an unelected mayor is one of the worst forms of government. An unelected mayor, unaccountable to any of us. No doubt, the bylaw committee will say that an unelected mayor was never their intention, but that's exactly what they've written. The proof is now in the pudding. Is the committee willing to amend the article for clarity and specifically add in writing what the committee chair just said, that the authority of other elected officials remains unchanged? If not, this article remains dangerous. In describing this article, the committee says, and I quote from the top of page 40, the role of the town administrator does not rely upon the discretionary delegation of the Board of Selectmen. Let that sink in. This committee had as its goal the creation of a town administrator position that cannot be changed, even by the Board of Selectmen. Townspeople like us will have absolutely no resource should we ever dislike what our town administrator is doing. Replacing selectmen will not make any difference. Maybe that's why the article, as written, places no limits on the term of the town administrator. Little to no checks and balances. No clauses pertaining to termination for cause. No clauses for making role changes in the future. No clauses about relevant legislation, and so on and so on. The committee then goes on to tell us they have 4 reasons to propose this article. First, we are told that this will put the town in the best position to hire a high-caliber TA. Where is the proof that a codified job description would make an appreciable difference? If the goal is to get more highly qualified applicants, isn't a better approach just to raise the salary? I've hired a lot of people in corporate and Fortune 500 companies. If you want higher quality applicants, you don't give away the rights of the townspeople, you pay them more. For the second reason, the committee says we need it for the bond rating. Really? Who here truly believes that Wall Street bond rating agencies and bond traders are looking at the specifics of little old Hingham's town administrator's job description? It's absurd. The third reason, as I mentioned before,
You have 1
is
minute.
extremely dangerous. They don't want the town administrator's role to be affected by a change by the Board of Selectmen. Selectmen may come and go, but we're stuck with the town administrator's role for better or worse. The fourth and final reason is the old, everyone else is doing it. What's not stated is whether these 15 other towns are delegating as much authority as does this Hingham Special Act. And do those other towns also fail to place any checks on their town administrator? In summary, this is an extremely dangerous article. First, the goal of the committee to immunize the town administrator's role from our elected selectmen is a bad goal. Second, the reasons the committee provides for doing this article are weak. Third, it's both bad government and bad policy. The last thing this town needs is an unelected mayor with little to no checks and balances. I urge everyone to reject this article.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Carey?
Good evening. I'm Tom Carey, 1131 Main Street. I'm not sure that 6 minutes is enough, but I will do what I can. First, I would urge you to think back to those of you who were here last year, to the discussion we had then. And those of you who saw the presentations in front of the selectmen, the diatribe you've just heard, obviously heartfelt, and I respect that, misrepresents and misstates what we've been trying to do for 2.5 years. There was no effort to make a mayoralty. We said that again and again and again, and we didn't write one. The way you do that is charter and everything like that. We took the least onerous method available under state law to do one simple thing, and that is to codify formally a town administrator position for which people now go to school, they train, they study. It's a profession. We may think of ourselves as the town was when I arrived, around 5,000, but professional, and as a college student, I was studying the beginnings of administrative management as a job in the federal bureaucracy, new stuff. Today, it's old hat. You can't have 3 volunteer elected officials doing every little job to run the town. You need someone responsible. And people are going to school and learning these jobs in order to have a profession. They've got a professional association. So if you're a professional who's devoted all of that into building up your skills, and you have two job opportunities. One is you can go to work in a town, 3 elected officials, one of them turns over every year, your job security is nil, and secondly, they can determine at their whim, whenever they want, which of the things you're trained to do you're going to be allowed to do. Now, we recognized a year ago that that was not a recipe for running the town, and we adopted a bylaw which said the Board of Selectmen, we expect, are going to give the following authorities to the town administrator. And we asked them to vote it. And they did, and to do it publicly, because we wanted to be sure that the town administrator position was a fully professional position. And it's all operations. Policy remains with the elected officials. This says that. Now, the text that we're talking about is exactly the same text in all these respects as what we voted last year. The one thing critical that changes, and I'm putting aside credit ratings and hiring people and everything like that, I'm talking about this claim that we're undercutting democracy in some way. The one thing that this act changes is that the person's job will no longer be dependent upon an annual meeting of the Board of Selectmen in which someone might say, we're going to cut your responsibilities in half because we want to be doing more of that ourselves. We're going to be hands-on administrators. Hingham doesn't want elected officials who are running around checking potholes. We want people who are thinking policy-wise and the future of the town. Now, as to oversight and checks and balances, if a citizen calls the TA and says, I got a pothole, would you do something about it? And 2 days later, nothing's done. The next call goes to the selectman. He's your boss. He or she is the one who's going to sign your next contract if you get one. They're the ones who are doing your annual evaluation. The notion that this makes the town administrator a dictator is dead wrong. You can't find it in this draft.
1 minute.
Thank you. As to every law student knows, in their first year, I've been teaching law for close to 50 years. The kind of administrative law delegation that was talked about has nothing to do with this. The business about delegation is solely and simply to be sure that the town administrator's job is not, as defined, is not dependent on the whim of the selectmen each and every time. And so the wisdom that you all demonstrated when this was passed last year, I hope still prevails in the room, and that you will allow us to go forward with this relatively modest step to make more permanent what we already did. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Mr. McIver.
Matthew McIver, 29 Green Street. It's been a while since I've been up here, a number of years. But I don't want to say anything more. I think Tom put it very well right now about sort of the administrative law aspects of it. And I think that's the whole notion of changing our form of government is a real red herring. So all I really want to say up here is a couple of things. One is that we do have very strong town leadership that takes great care to make sure that the people who work with us do the very best that they can and work according to the will of the people. And I think that what this really represents is really a codification of every good government practice that the prior boards of selectmen, going back however many years you want to go, have made on behalf of the town. And just in reading this, I've not really been involved in any of this up to date, but in reading this, it really is, it's kind of a record of every single policy and every single approach that we took in the boards that I was part of back in the 2000s as we're going through. And I can't find anything that really indicates that the Board of Selectmen is really going to be delegating any more of their responsibilities than they have been for the last 15 or 20 years. So I just would like to say that it's really just a codification of the good government practice that this town has been blessed with. And then finally, I would like to say that just as sort of a correction in terms of what the rating agencies look at. I was fortunate enough and proud enough to represent, be leader of the team that went down to Moody's in 2002 to make the case for the first AAA bond rating that the town had received. And it was a very emotional time. 9/11 had just happened. Moody's, for the people who have not been there, is right next to the site of the World Trade Center. And so during the meetings in the offices there, we were looking at the hole where the World Trade Center had been. And we were there for 4 hours. We had any number of committees come in, and they didn't focus on the numbers. They didn't focus, much to my surprise, they didn't focus on the dollars and cents. They focused on the people. They focused on the people who were there in the room, and they focused on their ability to make good judgment, good decisions, and to hire the right people. So they do care. And that's why we have the AAA rating that we have, because we have a commitment to that principle. So I would urge you all to vote in favor of this article.
Mr. Costello, then Mrs. English.
Charles Costello, 40 French Street. I was the first town administrator in Hingham. And I want to echo everything that Matt MacGyver said, because he remembers it the way I remember it. The things that are in the special act, the things that are in the bylaw now, are the things that we've done for 25 years. I was never an unelected mayor, neither is Ted. We work at the pleasure of the Board of Selectmen, and our goals are set, and we perform. Within this document, within this special act, as in the bylaw, there's a procedure for annual evaluation. The thought that somehow people are going to go off half-cocked and ruin the town is a fantasy. So, based on my experience in my career, going out and speaking to communities across the state about their professional management and how to improve it, and reading dozens of charters and special acts, what we have here is very mild. It's very meek. Most of our comparative communities have much stronger charters, much stronger administrators or managers. We're taking a very basic step to make sure that we provide for the future. Hingham has always been about planning for the future. This is an important step for our future. I urge you to vote in favor of this article. Thank you.
Mrs. English.
Excuse me, Edna English, 36 Gardner Street. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, advisory committee members, selectmen, and the town meeting members. I wouldn't have brought this up except that someone mentioned earlier her success as a hirer of town administrators, and I have to tell you that I am the selectman who hired Charlie Costello, and I have to say it was a home run because Charlie was wonderful. He did a fabulous job for us, and we've been very fortunate to have had his service for so many years. I have a couple of questions because I'm very protective of the responsibilities and duties of elected people. And Karen Johnson mentioned that the elected departments are off limits. And I would like to ask if there is any place that we have seen in writing that the employees of the elected offices are off limits, because I wonder, for example, the employees of the health department or to any department, are they really off limits in terms of their evaluation? I mean, one would assume that elected boards would have some very specific knowledge about their employees and would be best qualified to evaluate them and to make decisions on, I would like to see that they would be consulted to the point where their consent would be requested. My second question, I have two questions, that's one. And the second one is, if there was a minority position on the advisory committee, I'd like to hear what it was. And that would be my second question. I will sit down and let those other people speak, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Ross, you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and as I've said before, it's always a privilege to speak at town meeting. Thank you. I think I'm going to be able to answer Edna's question. The words jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen really covers the fact that the health department and those other departments that Karen listed really do their own hiring. I know I'm a trustee of the library, as are you. The town administrator has nothing to do with library hiring and will not. You know, I think that that term is one that is intended to make it clear that the elected officials in the various departments will continue to have authority over hiring. And I might say, and lawyers in the room will know this, that this record, this town meeting, what we are saying here is what we call legislative history, and it can be referred to, and it's binding. That wasn't my main point, and indeed, several people have taken my main point away from me, but I did serve on a screening committee appointed by the Board of Selectmen in 2008, and I met with the consultant. I think the other people who spoke had not met with the consultant. I met with him, and I was shocked when he said, Hingham is not an attractive opportunity for highly qualified town administrators and town managers. I could not believe it. I'd been in town, I'd been involved in the town and been on committees for 40 years, and it was just beyond my belief. I said, we're such a well-managed town, we're financially sound, we have a tremendous cadre of volunteers, anybody would love to work here, and he said no. Unless the authority is spelled out in concrete fashion, this is not an attractive opportunity. You will not attract good candidates. And he was absolutely right. We did not attract good candidates. Very, very upsetting to me. It was really what I felt was a failure. And I'm not used to failure. I don't like it. I will say that he did the best job he could to find good candidates. They were really second tier. We met with him, our committee, the town administrator committee met with him when we were putting together the local bylaw, and he made it clear to us that the local bylaw would have marginal effect in terms of how highly qualified candidates would view the position. Marginal effect. And he also said, please bear in mind that the pool of really highly qualified town administrator, town manager candidates is shrinking. There aren't a lot of really, really outstanding people out there. We can't be in that position. I would feel personally terrible if Hingham were faced with having to go out into the market and recruit a successor to our town administrator. So for sound government in our town, which we all love so much, I hope you will vote in favor of Article 21. Thank you very much. Oh, one other thing. Charles Costello spoke. I will tell you that he is one of the most knowledgeable people in Massachusetts on municipal government. He works very, very closely with the Massachusetts Municipal Association. What he says, you can take to the bank. Thank you very much.
Mr. Villiers from the Advisory Committee.
Tom Bellier, 1 Sycamore Lane, Bradley Woods. At the time the vote was taken, which was 10-1, and believe me, for the first time I got the experience of being the one out of the 10. That was on February 25th of this year, and I considered discussion at the time, which the presentation was 2 nights before, and having looked at this material even from last year, I just considered the discussion and the scrutiny of the proposed document to be incomplete. So I thought that at that time, that the best decision I could make was to vote no on this. I did have problems with understanding jurisdiction, the difference between elected boards being exempt. And by the way, I'm assuming that the document that the bylaw committee is using is the town's table of organization, which outlines it pretty clearly, but that was not mentioned at that time. But it just, the discussion was that the town, employees or the organizations within the town government that fell under the Board of Selectmen were the ones that this applied to. Having been a former Recreation Commissioner elected by you, and having served in that capacity for a number of years, I've experienced the conflict created when lines of jurisdiction of governance between boards and governmental bodies are unclear. That board becomes ineffective, completely ineffective, when it's unclear where those lines are. So I commend the bylaw committee for at least planting the word jurisdiction, although tonight is the first time that I have heard about the exemption, which groups are exempted, so I would like to see more of this, either in discussion in the future, and to have those lines of jurisdiction, which are responsibilities, respected. I did have other concerns at the time, such as what I called contract parachutes. The person who was a town administrator who left here also went to other communities and exited, and it cost those municipalities dearly. So there was an example of what happens when, with all the good intentions, what happens when things go wrong. And if there's a year left on a contract, my concern was that's going to be a long and expensive year. And so some municipalities chose to put that person on administrative leave, contract buyout, or whatever. So let's not fool ourselves. If things do go bad, it can be expensive. But for that, perhaps all the benefits outweigh the risks. I just wanted to let you know that that was my decision at the time. It was with what I feel way less information than I have right now. I'm not sure if I would change my opinion, because I think I would want to consider bringing this issue, raise the red flag at town meeting. That's my duty, I feel, as a proxy, and that's why I'm on the advisory committee. Thank you.
Mr. Ryan.
Jack Ryan, 175 Otis Street. I'm also the current chairman of the Light Department board, and I want to tell you that the Light Department operates under a statute that sets forth a governance regime that's extremely similar to what's proposed here. And the Board of Commissioners for the Light Department have their authority to hire and fire the general manager and to set policy. We do not get involved in operations. As a practical matter, a good general manager or a good town administrator will certainly understand the needs and wants of the selectman and is subject to being fired if he doesn't do his job. So I think everybody can probably agree that the Light Department is one of the better run operations in this town. It runs very, very well under this regime, and I wouldn't hesitate to endorse what's being proposed here tonight. Thank you.
Is there any voter who wishes to speak? Mrs. Reardon.
Excuse me. Kathy Reardon, 9 Steamboat Lane. Now you've heard from almost all the old boys, old girls in town here. I have to say that I joined the Board of Selectmen in 1993, which was really the beginning of this adventure that we have had. A wonderful adventure, really, with professionalizing the management of this town. And it went from some fairly limited goals in terms of doing a better job with our financial planning. And as time went on, we began to realize we had such a resource that could help us in all kinds of areas. And when I came to the Board of Selectmen, I had a lot of experience in the town. I'd been on the advisory committee, I'd done this and that. But there were a lot of things I didn't know anything about. I wasn't an administrator. I hope we never have a Board of Selectmen that's all administrators. Wouldn't that be awful? So I learned a tremendous amount, and I think every board selectman who served on this board has learned a tremendous amount from Charlie Cristello, from Ted Alexiadis, from those who have really served us so well. And we began to realize that there were all kinds of areas in the town where the kinds of expertise, the critical thinking, the ability to think out of the box, the connections with other agencies, with other people in their field, were really going to help the town solve tough problems, whether it was the redoing of Route 228, Central Junior High School, reuse, major personnel issues. The list went on and on. So to me, the value of the town administrator cannot be overstated. And I think the other thing I just want to say is, I do not see this as a zero-sum game. We give a power to someone. It doesn't take power away from somebody else. It doesn't diminish anyone else. What it does is add to our potential. It adds to the potential of the Board of Selectmen, who can actually see their policies implemented. It adds to the potential of the people who volunteer for this town. If there is a stable administrative core that they can depend on, then you will have good people who want to give of their time and talent to this town, whether it's on a board, a volunteer committee, elected or non-elected. It's going to attract everyone, even in those areas that we are saying are out of the jurisdiction. It will attract better people to our town government. So I hope that you will vote for this article to codify, as many people have said. It's just what we have been doing, and in most cases done extremely well. Thanks very much.
Is there any further debate? If not, we come to vote on the matter before us. The recommended motion is in the supplement. Just give me a moment. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in the supplement. I'll read it again. Recommended that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the Great and General Court of the Commonwealth to enact special legislation relating to the town administrator in substantially the form provided in Article 21, recognizing that the Great and General Court may reasonably vary the form and substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition. This requires for its adoption a majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. It's a clear majority. The motion is adopted. We now come to Article 22. Article 22 asks whether the town will raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money to be expended under the direction of the school committee for architectural and engineering design development for a renovation and expansion project known as the Health and Wellness Center to support the high school health, wellness, physical education, and athletic curricula while providing increased and improved space for such purposes. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is that no action be taken on this article. That would require a no action vote, would require a simple majority. Is there discussion? Dan Coughlin for the advisory committee. You will note as Mr. Coughlin comes to the podium that the advisory committee voted 10-2 to take no action on this article. So Mr. Coughlin speaking for the majority.
Yes, once again, Dan Coughlin, 248 Wampatuck Road, speaking on behalf of the majority of the advisory committee. This was a difficult article for us to consider. You know, there are 40 different articles, of course, and every one takes a lot of time and attention, but this one was very difficult. First, we wanted to define the fact that this is a request for funds to prepare and complete schematic design of the base project, including renovation.
Apparently, Bonner is having trouble hearing.
A little closer? All right, okay, all right. All right, can you hear me now? All right. Can you throw things? No, okay, good, we're set. All right, so once again, this is a request for funds to prepare the schematic design of the base project, including renovation of the existing high school facilities. It would not have appropriated funds for construction. Those costs could range anywhere from $2 to $5 million. And we acknowledge the important points made by the school committee and the administration. One, student health instruction, wellness, and the fitness needs are different today than they were when the high school was constructed and when it was renovated 15 years ago. Second, the expansion of the scope of the health and PE programs, coupled with enrollment growth, have further resulted in these facilities being deemed inadequate. And last, the high school curriculum has been modified, and I guess in 2017, additional health requirements will be incorporated into the program. But, and most importantly, we also recognize that Hingham has a number of conflicting capital requirements in the future. And these all need to be considered and prioritized. You've heard tonight about questions about the fire department. We've talked about police facilities, senior center facilities. There are a number of major capital items that need to be considered by this town over the next several years. We felt that the expenditure of the design funds would be unwise at this time because it's very unlikely that the town would have the funds to complete the construction. To spend $232,000 for full design, or even $89,900 for the first phase, would only produce a set of plans that would not be used for years, if at all. We also noted there are a number of other workout facilities in town, including our own recreation center, which can provide
the same opportunity or some relief for those student athletes. In summary, while we understand the rationale for the article, we couldn't support the expenditure at this time. Once again, we appreciated the hard work and commitment of the school committee and the administration. We recognize their recommendations are always well thought out and presented. It's likely they'll be back with a similar proposal in the future, and I hope that it can be once again considered in the context of the many other competing capital projects of the town. I ask that you support our recommendation of no action on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shafter? I'm sorry? Eric Haskell for the minority of the advisory committee.
Good evening, folks. My name is Eric Haskell. I live at 183 High Street, and it is my pleasure and my privilege to serve on your advisory committee. On this article, I'm speaking for the minority of the advisory committee, that is me and one other member who voted to advance this project in some form this year. Like Dan Coughlin said a moment ago, I don't think anybody disputes the compelling need for this project for the Health and Wellness Center at the high school. Andy Shafter from the school committee is going to speak in a moment. I believe he's going to show you some photographs of the existing rooms, and you'll see these are profoundly disappointing spaces to conduct a health and physical education. The weight room is a converted storage room. Both the weight room and the existing health classroom have exposed mechanical systems and piping. They both date back to the construction of this school in the 1950s. What's more, pretty soon, not only will these spaces be simply disappointing, they're also going to be profoundly inadequate. The enrollment at the high school is increasing. The school committee recently expanded the health and physical education curriculum that's going to apply to the freshmen who start later this year, the class of 2020. And they're going to need space to conduct that education that's really commensurate to the importance and the dignity of those things to education. And it's important to note that this project isn't just to serve the needs of athletics, to serve the needs of sports. It's not only just to serve the needs of the students' personal health and well-being, it's also to serve academic needs as well. Now, the request that ultimately was put to the advisory committee was for $89,000 for the initial design phase of this project. That follows $25,000 that was previously appropriated that the school committee has already spent on a feasibility study that did demonstrate that this project can be done and can add a lot of value. The position of the minority of the advisory committee is that $89,000 is short money to advance this project in a big way, to give it a big boost. And that's so for at least two reasons. First of all, going forward with this first phase of design gives the school committee the tools to really refine the project and further develop it. Schematic design work would allow them to define the scope of the project, to articulate a real vision, get that on paper, and to really give all of us better information to make that decision about where this project falls on our list of priorities. The second reason is that the first phase of design is the key that opens the door to a potential public-private partnership. That is, private money helping to move this project forward. We have a precedent for doing something like that. Private money partially funded the Fields project here at the high school a couple years ago. And we also know that there's interest in the community. In fact, a private group, the Hingham Sports Partnership, had expressed an interest in developing the weight room and health classroom spaces 10, 15 years ago, shortly after the most recent big renovation of this building was done. Developing a schematic design will give the school committee the vision that they can use to take to potential sources of private money and sell the idea, to show those potential donors, here's what we're envisioning, here's how you can contribute, here's how you can help. Right now, they don't have the tools, the school committee doesn't have the tools to do that. How significant might private contributions be to this project? We don't know, and that's really the point, is to advance the project so that we can find out. So the reason for this project not going forward, like Dan Coughlin mentioned a moment ago, is there are a lot of competing priorities, and we just don't know whether and how this project will proceed to construction. But during the advisory committee hearings on this topic, we asked, the other member of the minority and I, we asked, how long is a design going to be good for? Is it perishable? And the answer was it's going to be good for at least quite a few years, and that it's something that if you do now, you're going to have it on the table if and when those sources of funding become available. And in the meantime, it's going to give that big boost to the project that makes it more likely that it's going to be able to happen. So that's the position of the minority of the advisory committee. Even if this town meeting decides that a modest appropriation isn't in the cards this year, I believe it will be in the future, and I encourage everybody to get involved with this project and be a part of it as it goes forward. Thank you.
Mr. Shafter for the school committee.
Good evening. That's going to be a tough act to follow what Eric just said. I should probably just sit down, but I did prepare some remarks for you, so we'll continue. I am Andy Shafter. I live at 32 Middle Street and chairman of the Hingham School Committee. I want to thank the residents of Hingham for their unwavering support of the Hingham Public School System. It is because of you and your commitment that we have a premier public school system which is preparing our children well for the next chapter in their lives. Article 22 sought design funds for the High School Health and Wellness Center, or commonly known as the HAWK project. Let me be clear, although disappointed, my purpose tonight is to highlight the reasons for our request. We thank the advisory committee for its detailed summary in the warrant and appreciate the understanding of the merits of the project. The three key factors which led us to pursue the HAWK project are enrollment growth, expansion of the health PE curriculum, and inadequate and outdated facilities. The mission of Hingham High School is to graduate students with academic, civic, social, and personal skills necessary to become productive, responsible members of a democratic and ever-changing global society. With the support and involvement of the community, Hingham High School will engage all students in a challenging, well-balanced educational program complemented by co-curricular activities, and we must do so today in the 21st century. As we considered the merits of the HAWK project, we are aware that health and learning are closely related. Good health is linked with better school performance, cognitive development, improved attendance, higher graduation rates, and a general improvement in the life of the student, the family, and the community. Comprehensive health education leads to the development of healthy habits and teaches skills which reduce risky behavior. That being said, and consistent with our mission, the school committee voted this past January to expand our health curriculum and increase the graduation requirement in this subject beginning with the class of 2020. At this point, each class that enters Hingham High School is larger than the one above it, and those increased numbers have an impact on the need for health and PE staffing. 5 years ago, there was 1,000 students at the high school. Currently, almost 1,200. In 5 years, the enrollment could grow to over 1,400 students. With this growing enrollment, it will be increasingly a challenge to maintain our excellent standards of health and wellness education in the current facilities. Here is a view of the proposed area we are discussing. It is located on the south wall of the high school, behind the wall to my right. This is your view as seen from the track and multi-purpose field. Please remember, this area is a part of the original 1954 high school footprint. Here is a picture of the current inside conditions. You'll find our health classroom, a wrestling room, a weight room, and not pictured, the men and women's locker rooms on the second floor. The current weight room is actually a storage space with ceiling height and floor space that are neither adequate nor appropriate for its new purpose. How might our Hawk project look? Pictured is an initial conceptual drawing of our envisioned health and wellness center, created to help us determine appropriate approximate costs. The illustration is as viewed from the track. Moving forward and next steps, the need for Hawk will not go away. During this past year, the school committee was asked about other projects and a master plan. The school committee commissioned in 2005 and published in January 2006 a 10-year master plan. A significant majority of the work has been completed. A version of Hawk was in that plan and was not pursued. It is good management and prudent to embark on another master plan, and the school committee will be commencing one. The first step would be a formal enrollment study. However, please consider the following when the school committee presents a warrant article. These facilities are enjoyed by all the residents of Hingham, as witnessed tonight at town meeting.
1 minute.
The Hingham public school system is large, educating nearly 4,500 students annually in 6 schools with approximately 1 million square feet of facilities under the school committee's care. With these statistics in mind, the school committee will always have projects in the pipeline. And while we acknowledge there are competing town projects, has been raised by the comments in the warrant, the Hawk project is ready to move forward at a nominal cost for design. I mention this because I do not foresee our need going away, and the school committee intends to keep this a priority. In closing, we felt it was worthwhile to share our thoughts and to socialize our Hawk concept to town meeting. This will be a great project for both HHS and the town of Hingham. We welcome your comments. We hope you visit our website for helpful information and watch our meetings on HCAM. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Unless there is further discussion, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee, which is that no action be taken under this article. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion of advisory of no action, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The majority has it. The motion for no action is adopted. Next, we come to Article 23. Article 23 asks, will the town transfer a sum of money from available funds to the Special Education Reserve Fund or act on anything related thereto? You will see that the recommended motion of the advisory committee is that the town transfer $100,000 from available funds to the Special Education Reserve Fund. This is a motion that was unanimously supported by advisory and by the Board of Selectmen. Is there debate? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of advisory on Article 23. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. 24. 24 asks, will the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the legislature to enact special legislation to allow the town to create a reserve, trust, or stabilization fund or any other funding mechanism for the purpose of defraying unanticipated or unbudgeted special education expenses? You will recall that this matter was before us before. There is an explanation particularly set forth in the second paragraph of the comment as to why this needs to be revoted by town meeting. If you go on to the next page, it says right before the recommended motion, the vote under Article 24 of the 2015 annual meeting authorized the transfer of $250,000 into the reserve fund, and the 2016 annual meeting is being asked to transfer $100,000. The supplemental motion under Article 24 is set forth in the supplemental report of advisory. Is there discussion? This requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion of advisory, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Come to Article 25. Unanimous. The Article 25 asks, will the town transfer a sum of money from the Receipts Reserved for Appropriation Fund insurance recovery in excess of $20,000? You'll recall from prior year's meetings that Massachusetts general laws requires expenditures of insurance recoveries in excess of $20,000 to be subject to the vote of town meeting. The recommended motion of the advisory committee is set forth in the warrant booklet that the town transfer $25,239 for use by the school committee. This relates to the problems with the roof at Plymouth River School. Is there discussion? This requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Next, Article 26. Article 26 asks, will the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into an agreement to transfer in part the care, custody, management, and control from the Board of Selectmen to the Hingham Municipal Light Plant of a portion of the parcel of land consisting of the surface of the capped landfill being located on the Town of Hingham Assessor's Map 100-0-7, and authorize the Selectmen to enter into agreements to execute any and all instruments as may be necessary to effect the partial transfer of the parcel of land on such terms and conditions as the Selectmen deem to be in the best interest of the town. Why? For the limited purpose of allowing the light plant to enter into a license, lease, or other agreement with a third party for the construction, operation, maintenance of a solar generating facility on said parcel of land to generate electricity for distribution by the Hingham Municipal Lighting Plant. So that is the question before the meeting. You will see that the recommendation of advisory is a positive recommendation. It had the unanimous support of advisory and the Board of Selectmen. Because this involves a transfer of an interest in real property, it will require for adoption a 2/3 majority. Is there a discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommendation of advisory. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, we had Mr. Moyer from the Energy Action Committee. Let's see, poor Mr. Moyer told me ahead of time to please recognize him. I recognize you.
If everyone wants to vote yes, I'm happy to sit back down.
I think that was...
Sit down?
Who would like to hear Mr. Moyer?
I'll make it quick, I
There
promise.
you go.
Sorry. So, Brad Moyer, 23 Colonial Road. I'm here on behalf of the Energy Action Committee. For those who don't know our committee, we are a town-chartered committee whose objective is to find energy-saving opportunities and promote energy efficiency in the town. We're one of the only committees whose mandate is a positive ROI. We don't spend money, we save money. And that's what we look to focus on doing. And we've been looking for a solar project for some time because there's an opportunity to save money. So in here, what we're looking at is we have the landfill. It's a capped landfill. It can't be used for anything. So really, there's no appreciable benefit to the town. A solar array constructed on top of it, though, is one of the few things that can actually go there and can bring a benefit to the town. I want to emphasize that the vote before you is not an automatic movement forward to have a solar array on top of the landfill. It's an opportunity to evaluate the possibility of doing so. The light plant will send out an RFP, negotiate with developers, we'll go through the planning board process. Residents who have concerns will have their concerns heard. That's, of course, very important for any project of this type. So this is a vote to allow us to evaluate the possibility of a solar array. Oftentimes at town meeting, we're asked to expend funds for feasibility studies. 2011, $600,000 for middle school, the feasibility study. $200,000 for school fields, also in 2011. 2015, fire station upgrades, $500,000. And as we heard tonight, for the Aquarian review, so far over $1.1 million and more to come. How much will this cost us? Zero. Nothing to evaluate this possibility. What happens if it moves forward? Okay, what are we going to expend then? Well, actually, nothing. In fact, we could make up to $500,000 from this array if we use the using the Braintree solar array model on their landfill off of Route 17. So 0 to evaluate, 500,000 if it goes forward. When's the last time you sat in town meeting and were offered a deal like that? It's really a no-brainer. And on top of it, we get to feel good because we increase our solar renewable energy profile. I mean, it's really a win-win-win and a no-brainer. So our committee highly recommends that you please move forward on this motion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Unless there is further discussion, we come to vote on the recommended motion of advisory under Article 26. Again, it requires for its adoption a 2/3 majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those in favor, no. That is a unanimous vote. Article 27. Article 27 asks, will the town authorize the Board of Selectmen pursuant to Massachusetts general law to dispose of a parcel of land now known and numbered as 2 Beale Street and shown as Lot 50 on Assessor Map 69 for a minimum of $1 or such other terms and conditions as the selectmen deem in the best interest of the town for use as an assisted living facility that includes units that qualify under Mass law for inclusion in the town's subsidized housing inventory, and in the event the above described use of the parcel is not undertaken, to proceed as to said parcel pursuant to the authorization that was provided under Article 42 of the 2005 annual town meeting. The recommendation of advisory is a positive one. You'll note on page 45, this was approved both by the Board of Selectmen 2-0 and the Advisory Committee 11-0. The recommendation of the advisory is set forth at page 45 at your warrant booklet. Again, it requires for adoption a 2/3 majority because it involves a transfer of an interest in real property. Is there discussion on the recommended motion of advisory under this article? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Ted Matthews. I live at 102 Hersey Street, and I'm chairman of the Bear Cove Park Committee. I've come to speak to you tonight in opposition to changing the current proposed use from 20 to 40 single-family affordable units to 60 to 80 affordable senior assisted living units within, right next to it abuts the Bear Cove Park property. That's why I'm here. I think it's my duty to get in front of you and talk to you about this usage. As all of you know, Beale Street has become very, very congested. If you add 60 to 80 units to this piece of property, you're going to add not only all the families that'll be involved there, but the employees that you'll need to operate the facility. In 1974, the town bought this property for $150,000. It's on the books at $1.6 million. Now, we know what it's 12 acres on the south side of Beale Street is probably worth a little more than that. I'm concerned because the last time we went through this in 2005, there were no developers who were interested in building. They didn't think they could make money on the project. So we're going bigger in hopes of getting more money. I'm skeptical that we can do this in a manner that doesn't disturb the ecosystem within the northeast corner of the park, better known as Tucker Swamp. Now, I know this is a very soft discussion here, but I'll hope that you will all listen to me and make your own judgment about that beautiful piece of property we have down there and what this type of development could do. I've witnessed a remarkable change in Tucker Swamp over the 12 short years that I've lived here and visited the park. It's simply drying out. Invasives are taking over, and what used to be an area where blue herons roosted, I haven't seen any sign of them in at least 3 to 4 years. There are many different types of wildlife in there that you don't see anymore, but you don't miss because you probably didn't know they were there to begin with. Don't call me an alarmist. There are a lot of other people who will concur in what I'm telling you. I empathize with anyone trying to find an affordable house in Hingham. I understand the economic benefits of the proposed usage. I also understand that the many services that it'll require. Growth at what expense? I'm here as chairman of the park to talk about the environmental impact that this proposed community will have on your park, Bear Cove Park, a park that many of you in this room worked to decommission, remediate, clean up, and make safe so that all of us could enjoy. The Bear Cove Park Committee has moved into a new phase where we're managing many various uses within the park. We're witnessing the rebirth of an old forest and working on a project to create old fields on many of the pads where ammunition depot buildings once stood. Creating these fields will improve the biodiversity in the park, the way that it was prior to the military and even the Native Americans' uses for this land. We're seeing some neotropical migrant fragile species returning to the park, currently nesting in the forest interior portion of Tucker Swamp that abuts this property. The Conservatory Loop and the Indian Point areas, the osprey have once again taken residence. We've had a bald eagle sighting in April, and the Friends of Great Esker Park just posted a picture of what they're calling their resident bald eagle. The herring run is in full display running up the back river. Last count was 200,000 have made it up to Whitman Pond, and they're coming on strong. Tucker Swamp is a forested swamp. It's not your favorite part of the park because during the warmer months, the mosquitoes in Tucker Swamp are as thick as fog. That's where you're talking about clearing this 5 to 10 acres and housing seniors. This development, along with others along Beale Street, have negative consequences for this area, which is in an area of critical environmental concern, or ACEC. And I would challenge each one of you to learn what the ACEC is, what an ACEC is. The town filed for this designation back in 1982. There's 950 acres in the ACEC, including all of Bear Cove Park and the Moore Brewer property. These wetlands can be thought of as biological supermarkets. They provide great volumes of food that attract many animal species. These animals use wetlands for part or all of their life cycle. Dead plant leaves and stems break down in the water to form small particles of organic material called food. This enriched organic food feeds many small aquatic insects, shellfish, and small fish that are food for larger predatory fish, amphibians, birds, and mammals. What I'm trying to get across is that this is a watershed area. Baker Hill, a lot of the water is not cascading down off of Baker Hill like it used to because of the development up there. It's redirected towards the harbor. The swamp has taken a hit because of that. You can see the other developed pieces within the park. I'm not sure that the developer will like the idea of having the new light plant, the new DPW, the new development next to them on Taylor Lane, the 8 homes that were put in there.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Wetlands, microbes, plants, and wildlife are part of the global cycles for water, nitrogen, and sulfur. Scientists now know the atmospheric maintenance is an additional wetlands function. Wetlands store carbon within their plant communities and soil instead of releasing it into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. Thus, wetlands help to moderate global climate conditions. They are cool. Build your house in a wetland, and you've got a hobby for the rest of your life. You'll be fighting that water forever. Plenty of houses have been built where water naturally flows. The lesson is that home builders who tamper with even a small wetland can have a big problem.
Your time has expired.
Okay, so I would respectfully request to reject Article 27 the way it is written. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Healy for the Selectmen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Healy. I think it's important for us to remember that in 2005, we voted to take a certain parcel of Beale Street, which is now known as the Selectmen's parcel, and build 20 to 40 single-family homes with an affordable component in it. This area is already been set aside to be constructed for something. I respect Mr. Matthews' advocacy for the work that he does in Bear Cove Park. It's formidable and appreciated. Thank you, sir. But the plain fact is we don't build in swamps. We just don't do that, even with a 40B. So you have to ask yourself, why are we doing this? Why are we asking you to take this step now? Well, the circumstances that we find ourselves in this community is that we have almost as many people over the age of 60 as we do young people that are under the age of 18. And we have a very limited ability to address a pressing need in the community, and that is the assisted living facility. When I speak to the people at Linden Ponds, one of the things that they ask is, why can't we get an assisted living facility up here? Because as people transition, not everybody goes right from an apartment to a nursing home. The plain fact is that people age differently. What we are trying to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is address that. We're trying to address that need by putting out what's called an RFP, a request for proposal, to build an assisted living facility in this site that has an affordable component in it. This does a couple of things. One, because it would be considered a rental, it would add to our subsidized housing inventory, which would take us both in law and fact to that exalted 10% figure that we're striving so hard to reach. Two, we wouldn't have the same kind of impact that 20 to 40 single-family homes would have on this area. Yes, it is true that Beale Street it's a most interesting street. It has business, it has apartments, it has condos, it has single-family homes. It is a busy street. We are trying to cut down on the traffic. We are trying to address a need in the community. We are trying to put in something that will assist us with the state agency that oversees that 10% figure that the DHCD does. What we envision, and we have the ability to control that through the RFP that we issue, is an affordable living facility, a single unit, as opposed to 20 to 40 separate houses that would have a far less impact on Beale Street. We're not going to build in a swamp. We would anticipate that something like this would be buffered, and the benefit to the community would provide an assisted living facility to the older residents that need it, something that we are light on in this community now. We are trying to achieve the same goal that we set forth in 2005, which was approved by town meeting. We are modifying it to address the change of circumstances that we find ourselves in now. We'd ask that you support this. We're not trying to interfere with the bald eagles or the herrings or the osprey. I love the osprey. But the plain fact of it is, we have the ability to set the kind of conditions and terms that such a project that we are envisioning here would entail. We can do that on the front end. I'd ask that you support this. This is a good step, a positive step. It accomplishes multiple objectives in a single instance. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion on the recommended motion under Article 27? Yes, sir.
Brooks Robbins, Fearing Road. I am wondering how Bear Cove Park can get protected if this gets passed. Thank you.
Who wishes to address Mr. Robinson's question? Tim White, is that? Tim White for the Housing Trust.
Tim White, 35 Kibble Beach Road. As the chair of the Affordable Housing Trust, we went through this, we've been looking at this property for some time. And as stated earlier, back in 2005, there simply wasn't enough financial incentive out there for developers to get them to build affordable housing for us. And so for lack of money and financing, the project sort of stayed quiet. Since that time, we have had the opportunity to look into it further in respect to home ownership. And the 2005 warrant article authorizes up to between 20 and 40 affordable units. What the trust has learned is that in order to get your affordable units, you need to offer the carrot to the developer, and that is the market rate units. So you're not going to get 20 or 40 home ownership units of affordable housing. Instead, you'll probably get about 20% of the total number of units that will be constructed. So by changing gears and moving more towards the assisted living facility, we are going to be able to get considerably more affordable units for our town. Now, on the trust, we recognize that there is a need for more affordable housing for families. There is need for more affordable housing for seniors. And there certainly is a total absence in this town of what we need is affordable assisted living. It is a fairly new type of a project that's been taking place throughout the Commonwealth. Even in this morning's Globe talked about the fact that there are a total of 14,000 of these units throughout the whole state. And we don't have any here in Hingham. And we have seniors that have the needs for assisted living. The assisted living facilities offer some wonderful amenities, including assistance with ambulating, grooming, they serve your meals, dressing. There are licensed nursing staff on premises to make our seniors' lives a little bit easier. The facilities themselves are going to have single bedrooms or studio units, unlike a single-family home that might have 2 or 3 bedrooms. So the overall impact, I think, although there's no guarantees, obviously what we can do in respect to the Tucker's Pond and the Eagles and the Ospreys, but what I do believe is that if we go forward with this request for proposals, remember, it's just a request for proposal. It's just to find out what interest is out there for this type of a project. Is that you'll find is that we will actually use less of the site for the affordable housing, for the assisted living facilities versus the single-family homes. And what you'll also find, and I heard a concern a little bit earlier, is in respect to the traffic on Beale Street. And that is, you'll have significantly more traffic with 20 or 40 affordable homes as opposed to the assisted living facility. So from the trust perspective, we weighed all of these alternatives, and given that there seems to be some interest actually expressed to the Board of Selectmen in respect to the assisted living facility, that we thought it was a good opportunity for the town to look into it, I would ask you to support the article and give us the opportunity to send a request for proposal out to see if we can provide some assisted living facilities for the town. Thanks.
Is there further yes, Mr. Robbins?
I'm flogging a dead horse, no doubt, having been head of the Bear Cove Park Committee once upon a time. I haven't heard how the park itself will be protected. Will there be significant setbacks with respect to encroaching on the park?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there someone, perhaps Susan Murphy, who represents the town with respect to real property matters who can address directly Mr. Robbins' question as to restrictions that would protect the park?
Susan Murphy, 11 Daly Road. I'm special counsel to the town for real estate and land use matters. The selectmen's parcel, and I don't have the GIS in front of me, so
You speak distinctly, please.
Am I not speaking? Okay, is that better?
They can't hear you.
Okay. I don't have the town's GIS maps in front of me, so I don't want to speak too exacting. But the selectmen parcel is fronts on Beale Street. It has condominiums on one side. On the back side, there's actually land that is not, I don't believe the parcel directly abuts, at least portions of it, on the park. There's a parcel owned by the Housing Authority on the other side. It is not a parcel that is butt up against the areas of the park that would be adversely affected in any way, and that's why it was segregated back in 2005 as an area for potential affordable housing by the town and designated as the so-called selectmen's parcel. I understand there may be wetlands in the area. The Affordable Housing Trust had already commenced doing some work towards the 20 to 40 unit project. And all of those areas, to the extent there's wetlands or any other protected areas, would be taken into account in the permitting of the project, both in the design of the project and the permitting of the project. So I think that the process that as both it being a town project, so it's not just some developer coming in and saying, this is what we're going to plop down there. They're going to have to meet requirements that are going to be approved by the Board of Selectmen as far as conceptually, and then they're going to have to go through the full permitting process with the town's permitting boards.
Thank you, Mrs. Murphy. Yes, in the rear of the hall.
Nancy Bettinger, 43 Jones Street. No doubt we need more senior housing and more services for seniors in this community, but I'd hope that we could get that without giving up on this plan for this parcel of having a lot of affordable housing, if not 40 units of affordable housing, at least quite a good number of units. The argument in the comments here in the advisory committee's comments seems to be that there aren't so many young people who need affordable housing living in Hingham right now, and that's true because they can't afford to live in Hingham right now. I think there are a lot of young people who grew up here who would like to move back here, and they aren't really considered in these numbers. And so I would hope that we could find a way to develop this parcel with affordable housing for the general population and vote no on this article and support general affordable housing for this parcel, because I don't think that's such a good opportunity for affordable housing. This many units of affordable housing will come back to us in Hingham in the near future.
Thank you. Would someone from advisory like to address the question that was just implicitly asked and focus on the two parts that are in the recommended motion? Mr. Coughlin? Yep, right in the mic.
Yes, the question about whether or not this could be developed into the single-family housing and retained in that location, this article would give the Board of Selectmen the opportunity to solicit RFPs from third-party developers and then to review their plans, and then to decide whether or not the overall impact, the social impact, the environmental impact, and the other impacts on the town were appropriate, and they wanted to move forward. This is just giving the Board of Selectmen an alternative. It doesn't mandate that they have to do it this way. It just gives them an opportunity to think about those too. And again, those decision points about the need for housing, would come back into play. Now, of course, there is some affordable housing for, the 20 to 40 single-family units, some alternatives in town. At this point, there's no assisted living in town for the elderly. And as Selectman Healy pointed out, the study by the University of Massachusetts and confirmed by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council confirmed that 26% of the people in town are younger than 18, and 26% of us are over 60. I'll let you decide where I fit. So, but again, this is giving the selectmen the opportunity to decide which is the best property development opportunity for the town.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Again, this requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion of advisory under Article 28, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. More than 2/3 having voted in favor of the recommended motion, the motion is adopted. We now move to Article 28. Article 28 asks, will the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the Commonwealth under 45(7) for approval to erect a building that exceeds 600 square feet in an area on the ground on the parcel known as 0 Otis Street. 28 and 29 are basically related, as is one of the CPC articles. So first we'll come to Article 28. The comment makes clear that Article 28 would authorize the building of a new snack or refreshment stand and bathhouse on the parcel of land under the care and control of the selectmen, which is 0 Otis Street. There is a particular provision of Massachusetts law that requires a building in excess of 600 square feet to, if it's going to be built on parkland, which this is under parks, to be the subject of a petition to the Massachusetts legislature. The recommended motion of advisory is set forth in your supplemental. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under 28. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. Article 29. Article 29 relates also to this area of Hingham on the Harbor. This is slightly different. It asks, will the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the legislature to permit a long-term lease on 0 Otis Street? You will see that Article 29 in your recommended motion was modified. This is a modification that I have ruled to be within the scope of the original article and find it to be in good order for your consideration. You'll see that Article 29 in the supplemental asks, will the town authorize the selectmen or the trustees of the bathing beach to go to the legislature and seek a long-term lease either for the Lot 50 parcel, which is the one we just voted on, or on Lot 51, which is under the jurisdiction of the bathing beach, which is where the current snack bar, or strike that, bathhouse is, and to enter into a long-term lease for all or part of the building for the purpose of a snack or refreshment stand or bathhouse on such terms as the selectmen and or the trustees of the bathing beach determined to be in the best interest of the town. That is the recommended motion of the advisory committee. It requires for its adoption a simple majority. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of advisory under 29. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The majority, having voted in favor, the motion is adopted. Let's go to number 30. Now, number 30, we're going to do, this is the CPC. It's the CPC projects other than the Laner property, which is a standalone article. And as I have done last year and the year before, we're basically adopting the Article 6 kind of approach for Article 30. It seems to allow you all to have the opportunity to vote on each, but it moves us along in a more expeditious fashion. I'll read the recommended projects similar to what I do on Article 6. They're on page 51. If you want to hold one, you can call holdout, and I'll mark that down. If you simply want a clarification, we had this situation a couple of years ago. We had a rather inefficient process at that moment because I considered it to be a hold and it was simply a clarification. So if you simply want a clarification, you can say you want a clarification. Otherwise, if you want to hold it for substantive reasons, call out hold. So the recommended motion, which is at page 51, reads as follows: that the town appropriate or set aside for later spending sums of money as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee as follows. $45,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund for addition to the Community Preservation Committee's Administrative Fund. $100,000 from the Community Preservation Community Housing Reserve to be used by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust for the Housing Trust Opportunity Fund program. $100,000, strike that, $60,000 from the Community Preservation Community Housing Reserve to be used by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust to create an affordable housing unit at 302 Whiting Street. $6,651 from the Community Preservation Community Housing Reserve and $23,349 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Hingham Housing Authority for a feasibility study and consultant services regarding a parcel of land on Beale Street, map 58, lot 23. $41,387 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Hingham Historical Commission for the preservation of town maps, photos, monuments, and markers throughout the town. $85,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Second Parish Church Association for the Second Parish ADA Compliance Project located at 685 Main Street. $15,650 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Hingham Community Center for restoration of the front exterior of and leaded glass sidelights in the building located at 70 South Street. $132,243 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Recreation Commission for the renovation and repurposing of Cress Field Playground located at 1 off Gardner Street. $35,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Harbor Development Committee to install lighting along the Whitney Wharf pedestrian bridge, map 51, lot 1, and for contingency costs in completing the bridge project. $19,962 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Community Planning Department for installation of signage, kiosks, and trail materials for the Comprehensive Trails Plan. $150,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Hingham Bathing Beach trustees and/or the Board of Selectmen to develop a marine facility, bathhouse, multi-purpose maritime building. Is there discussion or debate on any of those 11 projects? All of which, of course, are recommended by CPC. If not, we come to vote. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That is a unanimous vote. I suggest that even though we're not going to turn into pumpkins at 11 o'clock, so why don't we keep going and see if we can complete the warrant tonight without rushing. Article 31. Article 31 asks if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to file and accept grants from the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for reimbursement of 54% of the total project costs of $120,000 up to a grant award maximum of $50,000 to be paid for through CPA funds and appropriated for the renovation of Cress Field Playground. You'll see that the Recreation Commission is seeking this $132,243 in CPA funds to rehabilitate Cress Field Playground. You've just voted it. Both to provide the underserved South Hingham area with a viable playground and to build Hingham's first universally accessible playground with specific structures that are targeted to children with special needs. This requires for adoption a majority vote. The advisory committee recommends favorable action. Their recommended vote is set forth at page 52 of the warrant. Is there debate on the recommended motion under Article 31? If not, we come to vote. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That is a unanimous vote. The Lehner property comes up next. It's Article 32. Article 32 asks whether the town will appropriate the sum of $5 million to be used by the Hingham Conservation Commission under appropriate Massachusetts general law, and to meet the appropriation to expend $211,861 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve and $288,139 from the Community Preservation General Reserve, so that totals the $500,000. And then to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow $4.5 million, provided that the source of repayment for the principal indebtedness and the interest accrued shall be the Hingham Community Preservation Fund, and to authorize the Conservation Commission with the approval of the Selectmen to grant a conservation restriction that meets the requirements of Massachusetts General Laws 184 as required by Section 12 of the CPA, to grant that CR conservation restriction to a nonprofit organization, and also to authorize the Conservation Commission to seek reimbursement under the land program, formerly known as the self-help program, and enter into contracts, therefore, that's obviously a state grant program, or to act on anything related thereto. This comes to you with the recommendation of the Open Space Committee. You can see that on page 54. It comes to you with the unanimous recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, and also the Board of Selectmen voted 3-0 in favor of positive motion on Article 32. Is there discussion? Mr. Berry.
Charlie Berry, 48 Floret Circle, for the Open Space Acquisition Committee. Article 32, if approved, will enable the town to purchase 50 acres of land on South Pleasant Street, which was assembled during the last century by Philip, Monique, Peter, and Mary Lehner, whose children are the beneficiaries of a trust which now owns the land. No members of the family live there now, and thus a decision was made over the last year or so to put the property up for sale, and conversations began with multiple developers eager to purchase the property. At the end of last summer, the Open Space Committee contacted the family, and we met to discuss the possibility of the town acquiring the land. At our first meeting, all agreed that, if possible, conserving the land was our common goal. I want to thank the family for suspending talks with developers and taking the land off the market while we pursued our options with the town. While the appraisers were doing their valuations, we started talks with the Community Preservation Committee about possibly acquiring the land. Ultimately, we arrived at a price of $5 million, which represents a discount from the appraised value and is significantly less than the price being discussed with developers. The purchase of this property and the financing mechanism has the unanimous support of the appropriate town boards and committees. The Lehner property this slide summarizes some of the features and resources contained on the property. I want to emphasize that compared to many other Conservation Commission properties, this will be very accessible to the public and will have ample parking. This slide shows all of the properties contained in a large rectangle bounded by Main Street to the left, South Pleasant Street on the bottom, Lozelle Street on the right, and Free Street, which is just beyond the top of the map to the north. The Lehner property consists of several parcels colored light green and bordered in red. The yellow parcel to the bottom right contains a house and barn which are being sold separately by the Lehners. The other yellow parcel belongs to a neighbor. The darker green parcels to the immediate north of the Lehner property are another 50-plus acres of Hingham Land Trust and Conservation Commission properties. If you approve this acquisition, we will altogether have over 100 acres of connected open space. Here are a few pictures of the Lehner land, giving you an idea of the beautiful fields, stone walls, woodlands, and streams. There are also wet meadows and marsh, vernal pools, and estuaries remaining in pristine condition, essentially untouched, as they were created by the receding glaciers 10,000 years ago. The plan for this property is to leave it exactly as it is, except for some improvements to the trails and adding parking spaces. The property will be managed by the Conservation Commission in the same fashion as they manage similar properties. This map shows the same rectangle with the Lehner property again outlined in red and adding the Free Street wells to the north of Free Street. The blue shaded area is a portion of the town aquifer containing the water which is part of the town's water supply. Think of this area as a trough formed by the underlying bedrock within which the soil acts as a sponge, soaking up precipitation and slowly releasing it as it percolates through the sandy soil. To the north and south of this land are 9 wells in daily use pumping water from the ground to the treatment plant and then to consumers. The wells are shallow, meaning that they pump water from the soil, not from the bedrock below. Water in the Lehner and surrounding properties flows in a northerly direction following the downward slope of the bedrock and the surface soils of Glad Tidings Plain. Fulling Mill Brook courses along the eastern boundary of the Lehner land and is joined by 2 smaller spring-fed streams which then merge with Crooked Meadow Brook to form the Weir River near Free Street. When land like this is developed, the impervious surfaces of buildings and pavements reduce the ability of the soil to absorb and store precipitation.
You have 1 minute.
Runs off into streams where it stays on the surface, finding its way to the ocean instead of into the ground to replenish the groundwater needed for the wells. Development also increases the possibility of pollutants entering the groundwater from fertilizers and pesticides, as well as household chemicals and pharmaceuticals poured into septic systems and salt applied to the pavement. The land that we are looking at here is sparsely populated on all 4 sides in the rectangle, and the groundwater there is very high quality. However, the Weir Street watershed, which includes this property, is classified by the state as highly stressed, meaning that for extended periods of time each year, we are withdrawing more from the sponge than is being replenished by precipitation. Hence the frequent bans on landscape watering, and any additional development in town is only going to exacerbate this situation.
Your time expired. Barry.
I urge you to vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion under Article 32? Yes, Mrs. Donlin.
Vicki Donlin, 12 Floret Circle, CPC Committee, and Project Manager for the Lehner property. The Lehner property is the last large residentially zoned property in Hingham that's been at the top of the Open Space Committee's purchase list for years. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. We all know that the town is facing many significant capital projects over the near future related to school, police, fire, senior, and recreational needs. But these projects cannot be funded with CPC capital, and therefore, this property acquisition does not compete with any of these future projects. The CPC fund is composed of 1.5% surtax on town real estate taxes and state matching grants payable each fall based on the surtax revenues for the fiscal year ending the prior June 30th, and interest on the accumulated funds. 10% of each year's community preservation revenues must be spent or set aside for each of the 3 community preservation categories: the acquisition of open space, recreation, preservation of historic resources, and the support of low and moderate income housing. The remaining 70% is available for spending on any one or more of the categories as the committee and town meeting sees fit. The acquisition of the Laner property is proposed to come from current CPC reserves and from a new bond offering secured by future CPC open space allocations. As I said, the Community Preservation Committee is required to reserve 10% of its annual funding for open space acquisitions. In cases of significant projects, the CPC is empowered to bond the project and pay for it over an extended period, up to 20 years. Many towns use this bonding mechanism frequently, but Hingham has reserved this opportunity for truly unusual projects, which are core to the CPC mission, such as the Heritage Museum. The Laner property project would require a down payment of $500,000, which would be paid from a prior year's open space reserve of $212,000, plus $238,000 from the 2016 CPC General Fund. This is clearly spelled out in your warrant article. The balance of the purchase price would be paid at closing towards the end of calendar year 2016. This remaining payment of $4.5 million, less any grants the town might receive or citizen contributions, which would be gratefully appreciated, could be funded from a loan-bearing and estimated interest cost of 3% for 20 years, the cost of which would be repaid from future Community Preservation Fund collections. It has been conservatively estimated that the repayments would start at 29.7% of expected annual Community Preservation Fund collections and end at 11% for an average annual allocation of about 20%. Consequently, substantial CPC funds would remain available for other projects, some of the projects that you've heard tonight in our CPC article. Remember, CPC funds also have a state match, so we benefit from purchasing this prime open space. The CPC voted unanimously to fund this project, so I know I speak for all of us when I say we are excited that this piece of property became available during our tenure, and that we're proud to be able to add it to the other preserved and protected land that generations of Hingham citizens can enjoy. We welcomed hundreds of Hingham residents to tour the property during the last 2 Saturdays. I met and talked with many who looked forward to cross-country skiing and hiking with their friends and family if this article passes. I met no one who walked the property who didn't come away with the opinion that this valuable resource is a wonderful asset to the town. And I hope in the last 10 minutes you also see the beauty and value of this property. Thank you.
There is no further discussion. We will come to vote on the recommended motion under the Article 32. It requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. That's a unanimous vote. Thank you. My sense is that we can get through the rest of the warrant, and that's what we're going to do. Article 33. Article 33 makes a change in the composition of the Hingham Community Preservation Committee, the good work of which we've just celebrated. And for those of you who can stay for about another 15 minutes, I'd appreciate it. The article would amend the composition of the Hingham Community Preservation Committee by restoring the number of at-large members appointed by the Board of Selectmen to 2 and removing the permanent seat currently held by the Board of Selectmen. The recommended motion of the Advisory Committee is set forth in your booklets. It requires for adoption a majority. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the Advisory Committee under 33. It requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. Next, we come to a series of 6 articles, all of which pertain to amending the town's zoning bylaw. You have in the room tonight a summary from the Planning Board that explains its recommendations on each of the zoning articles, the first of which we will now address. The first one speaks to the location of media broadcasting facilities in the town. The comment makes it clear that the proposed amendment would replace the current local cable access broadcasting studio use with the new use category of media broadcasting or production studio. The advisory committee voted unanimously in support of the article, which requires a 2/3 vote by town meeting. The recommendation of the planning board was also unanimous after its public hearings. Are there folks who wish to be heard on number 34? If not, we come to vote on it. It requires for adoption a 2/3 because it relates to zoning. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Next, Article 35. Will the town amend the zoning bylaw of the town of Hingham to basically do a redefinition of the floodplain protection district? You will see in the comment, it states that the proposed amendment renames the former floodplain and watershed protection district to the more accurate floodplain protection overlay district and conforms that definition throughout the zoning bylaw. It also updates references to the FEMA map panels and otherwise sets forth in great detail the application of those conforming changes on pages 59, on page 59 of your warrant booklet. Requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on it. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It is a unanimous vote. 36. 36 relates to the regulation of common driveways. It would propose or insert a new section, Roman 5I, Roman 5.1, to common driveways to the zoning bylaw. You will see on page 61 that the planning board modified the article in response to concerns raised at the public hearings. It has the unanimous approval of the planning board. It also has the unanimous approval of the advisory committee. It requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion of the advisory committee under number 36. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 37 relates to the location of bed and breakfast establishments in the town. It would clarify where bed and breakfast establishments may be permitted, but would make no substantive changes to the current regulations. You will see that the planning board unanimously approved the article, motion under the article, and was also approved by the advisory committee. Again, for zoning purposes, it requires a 2/3 majority. Is there discussion under the proposed motion under Article 37? If none, we come to vote on it. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 38 asks a question relative to updating zoning map references. The comment makes clear that the article does not make any substantive changes, but merely makes corrections and edits and relocates language to provide accuracy and clarity to these sections of our zoning bylaw. Again, it was unanimously approved by planning board and unanimously approved by advisory. It requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. Is there discussion or debate? Hearing none, we come to vote on the recommendation of the advisory committee. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. Next, lot shape. To see if the town will amend the zoning bylaw to make a certain change, it lays out the lot shape change. If you look at your, I said when I had the tech rehearsal yesterday, I felt as if I was back in my high school geometry class. Unfortunately, no one tested me on p squared, blah, blah. This comes to you with the recommendation of planning and advisory, both again on a unanimous basis. It requires for adoption 2/3. Is there discussion or debate? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. Article 40. Article 40 relates to a citizen proposal that had been placed on the warrant and was focused on safety improvements at the intersection of North Main Streets and Fearing Road down by St. Paul's on the post office. And you will see that the recommendation of the advisory committee is no action. They propose that the matter would be best directed to the traffic committee. And as I understand that the citizen petitioner is satisfied with that, the recommendation of the advisory committee is a simple majority of no action. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommendation of advisory for no action. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's unanimous. Next, we have Article 41. Article 41 is a conforming change here. It asks whether the town will amend these bylaw relative to sewer matters, with the Board of Health being authorized but not required to submit an advisory statement. You will recall that this was something we have dealt with at prior town meetings, and as the comment makes clear, due to a clerical error, a portion of the bylaw was not submitted on a timely basis to the Office of the Attorney General, which needs to approve such things, and we need to revote it to make it a timely matter that the AG can consider. Is there debate on the proposed motion under Article 41, which requires for its adoption a majority? Because this relates to the general bylaws. Yes? This relates to the general bylaws of the town, not to the zoning, so it's a simple majority. Dr. Eldridge.
Elizabeth Eldridge, 154 Union Street. Several years ago, when the Cottage Street sewer issue came up, when I was on advisory, it didn't seem right. I didn't understand why a neighborhood could just get a majority vote and put a sewer in. And when we did the research, and we went back and looked in the 1983 town meeting minutes, there was a referral to a supplement. When we went back and I asked Eileen McCracken to pull up the supplement, it became apparent that a significant part of the article that the town had voted on had been omitted when it was sent into the Attorney General several years later. So, and in that page 2 of the supplement was a requirement that the Board of Health state that there had to be a need for this sewer. In other words, that the septic systems in that area were all failing and that they could not rectify it without putting a different system in, meaning a sewer system. If that had been put in place, we would never have had the Cottage Street issue because there was no need. The Board of Health looked at it and there was no need and it would not have come up. But instead it became a huge political thing. And my understanding from talking to people since then is they now have a fractured neighborhood where neighbors were pitted against neighbors. And it was a very difficult situation within the neighborhood because it became a political issue. When I read this new comment today while I was at work, I was taken back a little bit because it seems now that they've made changes so that rather than the Board of Health having the sort of, if you want to call it the control or the power, to say whether or not this is a need versus a want, that now they only make just a recommendation along with the Sewer Commission. But the Board of Health has a significant amount of knowledge in terms of how these septic systems work. They understand that this keeps a control on the density of certain areas and that we can replenish our water aquifers by using the septic systems rather than the sewer that takes all of that water system out, right out of the whole area. And the way this new article is written, it seems to me that it keeps the decision for whether or not we put a sewer in, it puts it in a political realm and a discussion and a recommendation rather than sort of a more black and white need for a sewer system. And I was wondering if somebody from advisory or whoever looked into this whole issue could comment on that and why they did that rather than allow the Board of Health to have the say of whether it was actually a need. There are a lot of wants in this town, but a need is completely different. I don't know if anybody can comment
Thank you.
on that.
I can take her from there. Yes, Mr. Haskell for advisory, do you want to address this? This, of course, is an article that came to us from the Board of Health and the Sewer Commission.
Hello again, folks. Eric Haskell, 183 High Street, from the Advisory Committee. The language that Ms. Eldridge is referring to was part of the language of the original 1983 bylaw that was not submitted to the Attorney General, therefore never officially became part of the town's bylaw. And my memory is what that language required was that the Board of Health submit a statement to town meeting in connection with a request for an appropriation to fund a sewer project, indicating the condition and need for said project. When advisory was first asked to opine on reinstating the omitted portions of that old 1983 bylaw, this is actually last year, in the run-up to last year's town meeting, we discussed that language with council, specifically with Susan Murphy, and the conclusion that we all came to was that that language from the 1983 bylaw really wasn't that black and white. It wasn't that unambiguous because nobody could really put their finger on what it meant for the Board of Health to submit a statement indicating the condition and the need for the project. And that's what led us to come up with the new language that's proposed and recommended here tonight, that is subsection C, which allows the Board of Health to submit an advisory statement that indicates the public health and environmental needs. That is, it doesn't ask the Board of Health to make a black and white determination, but rather to submit information advising town meeting as to those different categories of need and allow town meeting to make the decision. Again, advisory went with that and recommended it for this town meeting to adopt because it's more clear than the original 1983 bylaw and also gives more flexibility and ultimately responsibility for the decision to town meeting. Thank you.
Is there further debate or discussion under the recommended motion under Article 41? If not, we come to vote on it. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. More than a majority having voted in favor of the recommended motion, the motion is adopted. Next, Article 42 asks, will the town of Hingham duly establish a Hingham Art Commission? This was a recommendation is that the matter be referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study. Is there debate or discussion? Mr. Strzekalowski.
Sevy Strzekalowski, Fearing Road, an architect and a painter, and a walker around our community. The fact is we have really three major assets in town that are unique to Hingham: the harbor, the open space such as the Lehner property, in our village. And I see an opportunity in establishing some form of oversight of implementation of public art, seeing opportunities to enhance the pedestrian experience in the village. I see it overrun with a lot of SUVs and speed limits not controlled, and I think that we could lose that opportunity. And I think if we watch carefully for opportunities, we invite artists to come in, sculptors, as in other communities, as in parts of Europe. Hingham is an extraordinary town, and I think to build awareness in the community, I look forward to more conversations with the selectmen as to how to implement this and oversee it. I'm not sure the applicant is here tonight, but I think it's a great opportunity that we should explore. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the recommendation that the subject matter of Article 42, which related to the prospective establishment of Hingham Art Commission, be referred to the selectmen for further study? Yes, Ms. Wetzel.
Hi, I'm Janine Suchecki, 15 Park Circle, and for disclosure, I am the co-chair of the Hingham Cultural Council. We actually have a program in place already, but you don't see it in the town meeting because it's funded by the state government. It's run by the Mass Cultural Council, so I wanted to make sure that my community members were fully aware that they do have the opportunity to apply for grants with us. And we are an appointed board by the selectmen, and if there's an application in the back. We have a member that her term is up this July as well. So if anyone from this art group, SEVI, wants to apply, would be more than interested in, looking at your application, I'm sure. But much of what is said here is something that we're currently already doing. So I'm not in an opposition position, more as an education position to let people know that this is something we have and maybe it's something we could grow together. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the notion of referring this to the selectmen for coordination going forward? If not, we come to vote on the recommendation of the advisory committee that the subject matter of 42 be referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. Article 43 is an old favorite. Comes up every year at this time. Will the town authorize but not require the Board of Selectmen to accept grants of easements for streets, water, drainage, sewer, and utility purposes, or any public purpose on terms and conditions the Board of Selectmen deems to be in the best interest of the town? This requires for adoption a majority vote. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommendation of advisory under Article 43. It's set forth at page 69 of your warrant booklet. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. I would now invite someone to make a motion that the 2016 annual town meeting be dissolved. I was going to say be continued. No. Is there a second? Is there a vote in favor? Aye. Of opposition? It's unanimous.